Oh yeah!
Hey! Alright, hope everybody's having a good one. Welcome to Planet Coaster 2 with Cookie Pirate. Today we're going to be hanging out in the tropical and Viking parks that I've done. And we'll be checking out some coaster content, hopefully. I'm going to start with the tropical park since we haven't really been there in a while. So let me go ahead, get that loaded in. And here we go. Alright, here we are loaded in. Man, it has been quite a while since I've spent... Uh-oh. Okay, here we go. Alright, got it moving around. It seemed to be a little bit bugged when I loaded in. I've not really done anything with this park in quite a long time. So I actually kind of need to refresh myself of what I have here. And what else I could do. So we've got a lot going on in this park. I would say this is actually... I don't know. Actually, I don't think I would agree with what I was going to say. I was going to say for reference that I think this park is more comprehensive and complete than the Viking park, but I'm really not sure. Now that I think about it. Because there's a lot of stuff that I could do with this. We've got a whole ton of coasters here. This is a slightly rethemed Dueling Dragons remake. So this was off the workshop. These are remodeled Dueling Dragons from Islands of Adventure. And then just about everything else is custom built. So I built, this is a very typical Vekoma boomerang, but very heavily themed. And actually one of the... I would say one of the most fun rides that I've not built but themed. All of the scenery that went into this was very elaborate, and we could do a POV later. We've got a Floralist coaster based off of Kraken at SeaWorld Orlando, and then a Hyper right over here based off of Mako at SeaWorld Orlando. This is the oldest coaster currently existing in this park. We've got a B&M Surf back here. We've got a really cool Intamin wing coaster over here. We've got an Intamin hydraulic, based kind of off of King Dakar, but kind of with my own twist, and got some really cool scenery here. A little custom... Actually, you know what? This was one of the stock kiddie coasters. This is the blueprint, I think. Oh, what happened with this? Some stuff is missing here. That's not right. Got a custom RMC back here. A small-scale kind of family wooden coaster. Intamin Impulse. And we've got a Mine Train, River Rapids ride, Big Railroad, Gerstlauer, B&M Invert, and over here is a Schwarzkopf Looper, believe it or not. And Yeah, a very large train with 5 stations. A little pirate-themed area. So there's a whole lot going on in this park. However, it doesn't really feel complete to me in the sense of there's more that we can add, but at the same time the park almost feels a little bit too big. Oh man, lightning is going crazy outside. I really hope that doesn't interfere with anything tonight. I've got really good surge protection and stuff like that, but I'm always a little bit cautious. We've had a couple considerable. One was actually pretty substantial. Thunderstorms tonight. One earlier this afternoon that was pretty wild, and then it's been kind of modest the rest of the evening. But it's something that I do want to keep my eye on in case it gets kind of wild. I hope I don't have any interruptions because of that. Hoping we'll get a good turnout tonight. Had a really good turnout last night. I was absolutely ecstatic to see the number of people that came by to hang out. Picked up 3 new subscribers. I'm pretty happy about that. And it was great to see some of my regulars coming on and jumping to support and sharing some cool stuff. So yeah. What we've got up here is a mountain. There's some volcano scenery at the top, but I'm not totally sure that I want the volcano to be in the center, because I did design this mountain to be a volcano. You can actually see the crater in the top right up here, and I thought about maybe doing some lava flows and building some sort of a coaster around that, maybe like an Intamin Blitz, or we used to have a B&M dive. The layout of this park has changed so much. I mean, if you can see, I'm in day 90 in this park, so this park is by far the one that I've put the most time into. And it was my first, I would say, really comprehensively themed park. As I've talked about on other streams, the Viking Park was the first large-scale park that I did. But when I started it, I didn't really know what I was doing with theming and stations and coaster building and stuff like that. And when I started this park, I had a better grasp of most of the concepts in-game. But I've just changed it so many times. So those of you that were here last summer when I started this park, it's going to be 150% different from what it was before. We had a giant water park in the middle here. I took that out because everybody was going straight to it and bypassing all of the dry rides. It really did feel more like a water park than a true theme park, despite all of the coasters that I had put in. As I said, Mako here, Mako 2.0 is what this is called. This is the oldest existing coaster in the park. This was the second one that I built. And the first one that I built was kind of over here, kind of in conjunction with the water park. And it kind of came out this way. We took it up, relocated it, revamped it, thanks to Jimpers. He did a really great remodel, kind of a recreation of it, inspired by what I had built, but added his own spin, did a better job with it because he's a better coaster builder than I am, and so we put that over here. Kraken, which what I had built was very largely based on Kraken at SeaWorld Orlando, as I mentioned before. When I started this park, I had only gone to SeaWorld maybe 2 to 3 months before, and I'm like, I want to do some coasters that are inspired by, but not identical to, SeaWorld. So we did the Floorless, we did the Hyper, very largely based off of Mako, as you can see clearly. And we did a surf coaster. This is completely my design, and then it was revamped by a really great creator in the community by Bromik. Unfortunately, I don't think he's really active in PC2 anymore. And then we did an Intamin Blitz back here. And this Intamin Hydraulic was actually based on one that I had built in the Viking Park and took out and kind of rethemed. And then a creator named Dino Dukes revamped this for me. He actually revamped the coaster itself and then built an amazing station called Tsunami, just based on a really big wave. You've got, as opposed to King Dakar and Top Thrill Dragster, well, what is now Top Thrill 2, of course, with the backward spike and stuff like that. Unlike those where you just have a straight section before you go up this massive top hat, I did incorporate a little bit of an airtime hill right here, just to give a little bit of a pop before you get to that really tall top hat here. And then coming back down over it, we incorporated a nice airtime hill. Much like King Dakar, not like Top Thrill Dragster. Back into the station here. Hey, Darkhound Doom, how are ya? Great to see ya. Very few of the coasters in this park have actually been built, I should say, 100% by me. In fact, come to think of it, Mako... This may be the only one. I don't remember. I think I built this Woody as well. Had a little bit of help with it here. Oh no. I'm freezing here in New Zealand. My cat died a few weeks ago. Oh no. And I'm so sorry to hear that. That sucks. I hate that. Yeah, pets are part of the family. So... that's really disappointing to hear. My condolences. I've been through that a couple times. Yeah, I've lost 3 cats in my family. Hate to say it. So we're all here for you. Like if you need to talk or anything like that, we're all here for you. Absolutely. Pets are part of the family, and that's not easy, especially if they bond very closely with you. She got very sick right the day before I was going to be alone. When my parents left for Bali, she was around 18. Well, if there's any positive about it, she lived a good long life. 18 is good. That's a really good age for a cat, actually. The one that we had when I was growing up, she passed away at 20, which is absolutely incredible. Very few cats make it to that age. And then we lost another family cat. We got her when I was in high school, and she passed away 3 years ago. She was just shy of 16. And actually her sister is still with us. She's 19 and in decent health. I mean, she's got some issues, but she's doing okay overall. But it's incredible how resilient cats can be. So, at least if it's any comfort that she was able to make it that long and lived a very lengthy life. And I know I've talked a little bit about this. My cat, Mila, she's my first, like, true personal pet. Not really part of, you know, well, I should say, not really part of my family. She is absolutely part of my family. But she's mine, as opposed to being a family pet. And she had a serious health issue a couple years ago, and we thought she wasn't going to make it, but fortunately she has recovered very nicely, and she will be 11 in September. And she's still in very good health. Climbing on top of the piano occasionally, and you'll hear me yell at her and when I'm sitting here at my computer. But yeah, pets are an absolute blessing. You treasure the time that you have with them, knowing that it is not going to be infinite. And yeah, when that time comes, there's really not much you can do about it. But we are certainly here to support you to whatever extent you need. 20's wild, but yes, they can live a while. She was happy up until the last few days where she was just off. Yeah, cats are special in family, absolutely. I think my dog has been confused with her not around. Absolutely. Yeah, and other animals, they'll sense when another animal, like a pet, is gone and stuff like that. Like my family cat that passed a few years ago, her sister, the one that I mentioned, is still alive. She acted very weird. She would roam around the house meowing, thinking that her sister was gonna come play with her, and you know, she was gone. So that's good she made it after health issues. We had a fight with Jasmine a few years ago with her sneezing blood and rushed her to the vet, and it was just grass up her nose. Oh, good. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the times there will be some telltale signs that something is seriously wrong, and it could be a very minor issue. But the thing about cats is that they often do tend to hide problems pretty well. And unfortunately, what happens in that case is a lot of the time you discover something and it's really too late to deal with, unfortunately. Sometimes you get lucky and are able to deal with it on time, but they might have some residual effects and stuff like that. Hey Jimpers, how are ya? Could I revamp that GG Family Woody for you? I'd like to modernize the layout a little bit. Absolutely. I would just say, if you could, try to keep it somewhat within this footprint. You have a little bit of flexibility. But since this is kind of a parallel to the RMC over here, I would like to put it back in the same spot to the extent possible. So, it's been so long since I've done anything in this park, so let's change the lighting. We can see a little bit better now. Let me know what you all would like to see a POV of, because I know we've not really been in this park for a long time, and I've even forgotten some of these coasters. We're gonna go to the Viking Park a bit later, probably. Unless you all get too deeply involved with this park, then we can just stay here. I'm content. Although I would like to go back to the Viking Park and check some stuff out. I wonder if maybe anybody has kind of reworked that hyper that I was spending all that time. What in the world is up with this? This is all screwed up here. Like, the park entrance is missing some scenery pieces. The water park complex back here is missing some scenery pieces. I don't know why that's happening. Like, what's going on? She has kidney failure for a while, but it got to the point of, yeah, she was hiding and sick, not sleeping with me, and not interested in food, and she loved food. Oh, that's a very telltale sign if a cat, or a dog, really, but especially a cat, if a cat stops eating, that's a terrible sign. I'm so sorry, I really hate that for you. It's majorly disappointing. Certainly do not mean this to be insensitive in any way, but I'm always curious when people lose pets. Have you thought about getting other cats? And I know some people have kind of mixed thoughts about it. And the same with when people lose dogs and stuff like that. Some people need a lot of time, like a few months, to grieve or get past that stuff like that. And other people, of which I fall more into this category, if I lose an animal, I feel like I want to get a replacement because I can't deal with the emptiness, if that makes sense. So just out of curiosity, I don't know what your thought on that is. It's true that you still have your dog. So do I have fireworks going right now? Yes! Alright, yeah, we gotta turn this to night. Take a look at the fireworks show. I feel like these might be mounted a little bit too high up. It's actually a really cool vantage point right here to watch those. Don't tell me it's already over, come on. She had a good long life, had her since I was 17. I want another cat, it's lonely and too quiet sleeping at night, but my parents always said no more cats and over having pets now. But unless you move out, yeah. Well, yeah, so you gotta contend with that. That makes it a little bit tough, but they might also change their mind. I've seen that happen. Like when we lost my childhood pet, and I was 15 at the time, we were like, yeah, we're not gonna get more cats for 6 months to a year. Nope, 2 months we went and got some, because they couldn't deal with the emptiness. And I really wanted another cat. And we got 2. I don't know, maybe the fireworks are already over. Alright, switch that back here. This is a major challenge that I have tried to rework off-stream a number of times and have never had a successful result, much to my frustration. Is the station for the surf coaster here. And I've spent a lot of time putting this building together, basically what we have here. And this actually used to be in the back of the park when this was just a massive lake back here. And actually, these mountains over here are kind of remnants of that. So the mountains used to run all the way to the back here, to the corner. And we had a giant lake, and the surf coaster was almost entirely... Oh, hey, here's a balloon. Reminds me of Roller Coaster Tycoon when you could pop people's balloons if they let them go. Actually, you could go in and pop them while they were still holding them, but that's kind of mean. And we actually cleared all of this stuff, filled the terrain back in to put the RMC and the Intamin wing coaster in, and we relocated the surf coaster up over here. So the station, what we have over here, on the first floor you've got a gift shop, some ride photos, woo, camera's being a little wonky. And the exit actually comes down through here. You've got your ride photos, the gift shop stand over here. The second floor is the actual coaster station itself. And on the third floor, I guess is really more of a rooftop, you've got kind of a bar and grill. Park is looking great though. I should play more Planet Coaster, been so cold I can't focus on my games, and when I do play, it's a game I've been playing with my friend. Well, hey. Yeah, I come and go in phases of games and stuff like that. Like, I really was not doing much PC2 for a long time. And just yesterday, I'm like, you know what? Let's play it. And I had such a fantastic time. And actually did not plan on streaming tonight. But I decided, you know what? I had so much fun last night. Let's do it again. So. But yeah, sometimes you gotta do just what you feel like. And especially playing with people, I think makes it more enjoyable. Like, I don't care a whole lot for playing PC2 by myself, so if I'm in the game, unless I really need to try to focus on something, I'll at least jump on the Discord and tell people, hey, let's come hang out or something like that. Or I'll stream it. So. Yo, Dino Dukes, what's going on, man? Good to see you. So yeah, kind of relocated. This was actually a holdover from the back of the park as well, when we had the surf coaster back here. And what I've tried to do a number of times is go in off stream and redo this station. And every single time I try to do something with it, I run into problems, mainly with the pathing. Pathing. And I'd get frustrated and just give up. So, here we are with the old design. And I'm not sure how much more I'm going to put into this park. And that actually brings up another topic that I do want to talk about, and I alluded to in the video description when I set up the broadcast. But I'll cover that a bit later. Bonsai, how are you? Good to see you again. And hey, Shem, what's going on? Great to see you. Been a little while. Reference the pets. I foster cats, and that's a big part of my life. Oh man, that's a really good credit to you. I would love to do that. I live alone, and it's true. Cats are independent creatures, but with Mila, I don't think she's really fond of other animals, especially in her own home. Like, if I take her home to my folks' house, she likes it there. She's okay with the other cat. She's at peace with the dog, I'll say that. She keeps her distance from him, and she can tolerate him. But whenever my folks come visit me and bring the pets up, she's not a very happy camper when other animals are in her house. So I really don't know about bringing other animals, especially smaller cats to foster and stuff like that. I think she might do a little bit better with the smaller ones, but they might be a little bit too rambunctious for her. It's something I haven't tried. I would have to try it to be able to confirm or disprove that. She might do great with them. I don't know. But I've been really hesitant to try that. And I've wanted to adopt another kitten or two. And the thing about getting two of them, I think, is the two of them can play with each other and hang out together, and they would not bother Mila. I think to the extent that getting just one who would want that interaction with another animal that she may not be highly inclined toward. Me and my friends stream games to each other on Discord since, yeah, it's more fun to play or share with other people. Yeah, and I do that occasionally on here. Or I should say on my Discord. I know you're part of it. It's pretty uncommon that I will play a game completely by myself. It does happen, but it's not frequent. Sociopathetic. Instead of sociopathic. Very funny pun there. Okay, so what do you all want to see? I'm not even going to open up a poll. Just tell me in chat if there's a coaster that you want to get a POV of, if there's a certain area of the park you want to see. You know what, though, in the meantime, because I've not done this in so long, I actually want to walk in the park in first person. I don't know what happened to that there. It's screwed up. Got the guest services counters over here. But one thing I really do want to show you all, some of you are going to be familiar with it, some of you will not, is the railroad. I put a ton of work into the railroad. So we've got this little underground part here. The closest station to the entrance is actually underground. New park, that's what I want to see right there. Jippers. Minor spoiler alert, but that is something that I was going to talk about today. Usually showcases rides every stream. Yeah. You think I'll POV R coasters this stream? Yes, yeah. Definitely at least a couple. And yeah, we will ride this. Love it. Oh yeah, this train I put honestly way too much effort into, but I think it's paid off. At first I read that and I was like, do you think you'll POV your coasters this stream? And I'm like, I don't know. Most people have seen them plenty of times. I've seen them, although in this park I've kind of forgotten a couple of them. So, how do you upload your coaster to the workshop? So what you need to do is make sure that you save your coaster as a blueprint. And then what you'll do is go into the Frontier Workshop. And you'll go into the menu and choose your uploads, and you'll upload that coaster as a new creation. Or if it already exists on the workshop, you can just update it. So, but here we go. Choo choo. So this takes us right past the Kraken Floorless that somebody in the chat built, aka Jimpers. Did a fantastic job with it. Built based on a version of the Floorless that I had made, and he improved it. Okay, thanks. I'm going to try to do that with one of my best coasters. Alright, yeah, let us know if you run into any trouble, and we'll walk you through it. I could honestly, you know what? I'm going to get out of this real quick. I will jump back on the train in a minute. But what you'll do... So, I'll actually take you step by step. So, I'll click this coaster. What you'll do is come here. Save as blueprint. I'm not actually going to save it because I already have this coaster saved and uploaded. But basically what you would do, you would hit New Creation, or you can pick an existing one if you want to update it. But I'll just go in here. You'll need to do a title, you'll need to do a description. You don't need to do filters or browser locations, but it is recommended. And then you'll hit Save Blueprint. And then once you have that, you'll go I would choose coasters just because, and then go into the Frontier Workshop. You'll come over to my workshop, upload a creation. You're gonna pick whatever you just saved. So I'll just click this. This is the one that we did last night toward the end of the stream. And then again, you can do upload as new, or you can update a creation that you've already uploaded to the workshop. So for example, like that there. And then just make sure you have your title and a description. And then you will do update creation. It has to be set as public. I actually tried doing it as private, so it has to be public if you want other people to be able to see it, even with the code. I thought about doing private in the sense of you could upload it just for yourself and then be able to share the code only with the people that you want to see, but it did not work, so it has to be set to public. Just hit update creation. You will get a share code. Basically, you'll see that if you go into my uploads, you'll have it. So we'll take this here. That's your share code. You can copy it just by clicking and then paste it into the chat to share it with us. Or if you want to post the code on Discord or YouTube or whatever. That's how you would do that. Okay, hope that helps. Let me get back on the train here. Where is it? Is it back here already? Oh, yeah, so we went through this little mountain tunnel here. Alright. And, yeah, that's actually the train. Perfect. So we'll go ahead and unpause and continue the ride here. First I gotta find my remote since I have my PC connected to my TV right now for some reason. Oh! Interesting. So we got the little pirate station over here. This is the pirate-themed area of the park. We've got the B&M invert back here. This next part is the one that I really want to show off. This is by far the best part of the train ride. Hey, TyStar, how are you, man? So yeah, take a look right through here. You actually get a little bit of a flyby if you time it right with the coaster. And yeah, we're going to be underground for a while here. So take a look. We've got a little bit of a shootout, sunken ship in the cove. Come through a tunnel here. Now we've got this grotto back here. Some more pirates, sunken ships, some little lifeboats. All that good old stuff right there. Doing okay going to... Oh, nice! Going to Lagoon tomorrow. Hope you have an awesome time. And then, yeah, this, like, crystal kind of cavern back here. A little bit of treasure chests and all that good stuff. A long, narrow tunnel. I think the clearance is kind of sketchy at times. Realistically, we need to adjust that. And then we come back around. Here's the other pirate coaster. The Gerstlauer Infinity model. This was built by Bromic. Yeah, I hope you have an awesome... Oh, I've got to pull that tree. And then a great view of this waterfall back here with a little plaza and restaurant, stuff like that. Yeah, I hope you have a great time at Lagoon. That's going to be a blast. I don't remember if you've said or not, but have you been there before? Alright, we can jump off. The rest of the train is pretty straightforward. It just comes back out here. Kind of along the RMC and the Intamin wing. Hoping to get on Cannibal for the first time. Alright, yeah, that's going to be so fun. Got the station kind of back here. There's a little bit of a shortcut to the water complex. Last visit was pre-Cannibal 11 years ago. Okay. And it comes back around through all of this. This is really nothing special at all. Comes back over the water. And this is the final station on the coaster here. And it goes under the giant volcano, which I actually would like to do some theming for the railroad under this. Basically, my thought when I made this was to make this a volcano and to have some sort of volcanic ride kind of built around and into the volcano a little bit. This Schwarzkopf looper is themed a little bit off of something volcano related. It's actually called Pele, based on the goddess of fire in Hawaiian mythology. But it's a small scale, it's a Schwarzkopf, so you can't expect too much out of that. But I did want to do some sort of like an impulse or an intimate blitz or something through here that would actually go through that. And then I would like to carve out the interior of this with like some sort of a lava pit, if such a thing would be possible. I'm not sure that it is. And then the coaster just comes right back out past the, or not past, but behind the entrance. And right back here underground of the first station. So it runs basically the entire perimeter of the park. Very extensive. It's a small coaster, by the way, only 78 seconds long. Oh, that's okay. Hey, bigger isn't always better. Sometimes your small coasters are really exciting to check out. I've got the code. I'm going to hold on to that. We'll check it out a bit later in the stream. But you all let me know, what do you want to see a POV of in the park? We could definitely make something work. Gotta get up and check my dryer. I've got laundry going in it. Oh no, it's not done. Getting close. I was about to say I didn't hear it, so I thought maybe it had already finished, but nope. See if that code works, and be honest with the review. I want genuine feedback so I can make my coasters better. Alright, we'll definitely give it to you. I don't really pull punches, but I definitely moderate my punches. So if I give criticism, I also like to make it constructive. The great thing about here, not just my streams and the folks that are here, but really the community at large. I mean, I'm sure you've got a couple bad apples in the barrel, but the overwhelming majority of people are not going to take a look at something and say, this sucks. They're going to tell you the good things, and they're going to tell you what they don't like and how to improve it. So there's really no pressure. I definitely do commend people that share things and want people to check them out and critique them, because that does take a little bit of courage, because there's a little bit of a fear factor when people don't regularly do that and are not sure of something they've created, and oh, I don't want to embarrass myself, I don't think it's that good, etc., stuff like that. I'm not saying that that's how you feel, but that's just what I've seen a number of times. And the great thing is, the overwhelming majority of people that play PC2 are not going to do that. They are going to give you tips and tricks, suggestions to make it better. They're going to tell you what you're doing right, because I think that's important. You need to reaffirm the things that are done well, to say, continue doing this, incorporate more of it in the future. Or maybe on a coaster that you're working on that you're looking for feedback, say, I really like this, you should do more of this. So, I'm just going to take this as an example here. I really like this camelback. Do more of that. You should profile your camelbacks like that. Actually, don't do this here, because there's straight sections that you generally want to avoid on the hypers. But I'm just using that as a as a hypothetical. So, let me go in and check, make sure the code works. I'm not going to look at it right now, but I'll have it saved and held on to for a bit later here. So what do we have? BRJSMVJJH. Tiger Tumble. I like the name, and I already like the theme. I love the Viking stuff, so let me go ahead and install, and I'm going to get out of it, and I'll hang on to it for a bit later when we check it out and do some showcasing. It's only the 5th coaster I've made in this game. I've only made like 9. Okay, well, everybody starts somewhere, so yeah, we'll check it out in a while. Hey, speaking of Jimpers, take a look at this Leviathan, except it's like sorcery themed. Canada's Wonderland Leviathan. Not exact, but has the same hill, heights, and elements. 2 trains to maintain high entertainment, themed with the sorcery pack. I'm actually a little bit curious about that. We may check it out later, I don't know. I tend not to check out random coasters that people upload on the workshop. Sometimes people will request it, sometimes I'll look at it, sometimes I won't, just because I generally tend to prefer to showcase things that my viewers have actually created themselves. How Tortigan Tales, what's going on? T3 stop! Oh! Hold on, I've got to do a proper Tortigan Tales greeting here. I've got the letters spelled out. These are actually from the Toy Box pack. There it is. And we've got the speakers mounted right here next to the path. Right as you walk by and you see the sign or the decal on the supports of the RMC, you hear T3 sucks. It's become kind of a running gag. So yeah. But yeah, let me know, folks. I actually would like to do a couple POVs of the coasters in this park, so let me know, but no pressure. Didn't I start the showcase thing back in like August of last year? I think you probably did, yeah. That sounds about right. But you joined and then you're like, hey, I want you to check this out. And I'm like, okay, let's do it. And I was like, holy cow, your coaster is freaking great. And I think you kind of just got into the habit of it then. And I say, folks, if I know a lot of you have been here before. I know a couple of you are new. If you're not familiar with Jimpers, he is a fantastic coaster builder. And I don't say that to flatter him or just because he's here. He really is. I've seen him make a lot of really great things over my time that he's been here, and just interacting with him off stream. And not only that, but a number of other viewers that have interacted with him, like in the Discord or on their own streams or on his channel. He's got a YouTube channel with some really cool POVs. Go check it out. But he really does a great job making his coasters realistic. Custom elements, really great profiling, very smooth. He's done a number of coasters in this park. He built this here, as I mentioned before. I actually think he built... Jimpers, did you build the invert? I think you did. I don't remember, but I think you did. I know for a fact, in fact, we have a little bit of a tribute over here. So he built the Intamin Wing, which has become one of my favorite coasters, not only in this park, but ever. He did ask, but I gladly did so, because this was just such a great ride. Trade Winds, built by Jimpers. And you accused me of shameless advertising last night. Yeah, you did build the invert. Okay. Oh, Dino Duke's building a coaster right now with a track interaction underneath the station. and I'm wondering whether I should fully enclose the bottom or do something similar to Gatekeeper's Station. I'm not familiar with Gatekeeper's Station. I mean, I know of the ride, I know a bit about it, but I'm not familiar with the station. So, I'm gonna do something kind of off the wall that I really have not done before, but I'm gonna open up a poll. Should Dino... So, Zesty Carrots is Dino Dukes. Just a different account. Don't blame me, I forgot about that. No, it's okay. No, I gladly added that, because you did such a fantastic job. Oh, and we do need to give credit. Dino Dukes actually did the custom supports for this, and it took a while, and it has come out absolutely beautifully. So, the lift hill, very much like Sky Rush at Hershey Park, and then this, I don't know exactly what you call it, but the supports for this massive camelback hill based on, oh, whatever the name of it at Six Flags Qiddiya. I'm drawing a blank right now. Alright, go ahead and vote. Let's help Dino Dukes come up with what he wants to. I made a coaster. I'm getting caught up on chat here. Did your last message not go through? It may have. I just didn't get to it yet. I made a coaster today. I'm going to edit and upload that video tomorrow. I don't know if I like it or hate it. It is a non-inverting family coaster. May change the layout later, but for now I'm okay with it. Well, yeah, hey. Put your content out there. Falcon's Flight, yeah. How did I forget that? I completely drew a blank. But yeah, Falcon's Flight. Thanks, guys. But yeah, Bonsai, put your content out there. Let people review it. If you get the bull crap, like, this isn't very good, I don't like it, this sucks, ignore it, don't take it to heart. If you get constructive criticism, take that into consideration. And you get good feedback on it, which would be the best case scenario, that's what we're all hoping for, then awesome. So, but we're honest here. I mean, if we see deficiencies or things that could be improved, we'll tell you, but we're going to do it in a constructive and positive way. I don't support people being negative, just outright negative, saying this sucks or do this because what you're doing is stupid. I don't put up with that. It's probably need to put a little bit of a disclaimer at the beginning of my streams here. Hope everybody's having a good one. Welcome to PC2 with no BS Cookie Pirate. So yeah, I mean, the only parts I don't like about the coaster is it's slow in some parts. Slow isn't necessarily a bad thing. What you need to look for is if the ride loses its pacing, then that is something that you want to pay attention to. Because when a coaster loses its pacing, it really feels underwhelming in the sections where the pacing is lost. So, and that can be an easy fix, and you might just need to adjust the height of a single hill or something like that. Unfortunately, at other times, that could be redoing half the coaster. So you just don't know until you get somebody to look at it and see where it's losing its pacing and what would need to be done to fix that. But if it's just a bit slow, depending on the type of coaster and what you're actually trying to build, it may not be a problem at all. We just have to check it out. Kings Island, what's going on? Just got back from Dollywood. Alright, how was it? On the top of a hill and in a helix. But the helix has some of the best scenery in the ride. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, we would really have to see it. Because the helices can definitely kill pacing if they're not done right. And it may be a minor adjustment, it may take a major overhaul. And scenery is great, but don't let the scenery dictate the performance of the coaster. You can have a boring coaster with incredible scenery, but at the end of the day, it's still a boring coaster, and people say, well, at least we had something good to look at. So, it's a balance between the two. So yeah, Kings Island, how was Dollywood? I've actually never been there, despite the fact that I only lived about 2 hours away from it when I lived in North Carolina. Alright, so Dino Dukes, we've got 3 votes for like Gatekeeper Station and 1 vote for Fully Enclosed on the bottom. So I can leave this open for a little bit more. People come in, they can add a vote, or we can close it off and you do what you want, but the people have voted. So, let me know. I think I am going to have to get up here in a couple minutes and fold my laundry and top off my water here. But not yet. Got a little bit of time. After their top 2, there's a big drop-off. So, what would you call the top 2? Alright, I'll go ahead and close that for you there. Would you say probably Lightning Rod and I forget the name of the wing, but that would be my guess, would be what you would say are the top 2. I'll upload it tomorrow, so if you watch it, it would be nice for some feedback, but it should be an easy fix since it goes up a bit more than it needs to. Okay. Yeah, well, just upload it and Lightning Rod and Thunder. Oh, okay. But yeah, Bonsai, if you have the coaster ready and you want us to take a look at it tonight in conjunction with your other coaster you want us to preview, we can do that. And you can actually save the blueprint with the scenery. If you don't know how to do that, let me know. I know you're relatively new to the game. So, yeah, if there's something that you don't know how to do, ask, and we would be happy to walk you through it. All about teaching people to improve at the game. So, this is really, I mean, the PC2 community is really good. So, whatever you want to say about Frontier, there are good things and bad things to say about them, and about the game that they've developed, but the community, I think, is really strong. The wing one is called Wild Eagle. That's right. I knew it was something eagle related, but I couldn't get the name narrowed in. So, probably Mystery Mine in third. I've heard that one's good. I don't know if I'll have time. By the way, the other coaster, I didn't upload it with the scenery since I didn't know that you could. Okay, well, you don't know, I'm going to show you. Now you will know. So, we'll just go to this over here because this is basic. So, if you were to take just the coaster itself and save it, I'm actually not going to do this, but basically, you're only, even though the scenery is visible and everything like that, you're only saving the actual ride itself. But what you can do is click the ride, and there's a couple ways you can do this. Select all connected parts, and you can attach... Oh, shoot. I would hit Shift for plus. Make sure this is selected, and then grab the coaster, grab the station. You can grab the path. Make sure we get the stuff back here. And we've got a few trees back here. We'll grab those as well, just for the demonstration. Now we have everything selected, and I'm going to deselect the power distributor, because you might want to have a different one located somewhere. So I'll deselect that by hitting Control. So if you hit Shift, you switch to Add. If you hit Control, it's Subtract. So we're just going to hit that. Click on that. Now it removes that, but doesn't change anything else. And then what you'll do, come down to here, save as blueprint, new creation, or if you want to overwrite an existing one, you could do that, kind of as I showed you before. But now you'll have the blueprint and your description, and when you save it, it will include all of the scenery that you selected, not just the ride. And then uploading it, you would do the same way. Mystery Mine is pretty weird though. Tennessee Tornado 4 is very short. Dino Dukes, my rankings for Dollywood are Lightning, Thunderhead, Wild Eagle, Big Bear Mountain, Fire Chaser Express. Oh, Tennessee Tornado would be 5th. Okay, 6th would be Fire Chaser Express, I guess. Hey, Crazanity, what's going on, man? Welcome. Oh, I get out of that there. Actually, as I'm thinking about it, yeah, you know what? This needs to be revamped. The Mako coaster. There's a little bit of a weird lateral transition right here. Kind of throws you off. I think Dolly Parton is a pyromaniac because there's a lot of fire on rides. I don't know, she might be. Yeah, I got quite a lightning show outside right now. Speaking of lightning, I recognize that Schwarzkopf. That was the first coaster I saw when joining your stream that day. Was it really, man? Yeah, that was when it was located back here, and we had the dive coaster back here on this mountain, which actually replaced a dive coaster on a mountain, a volcano island back here, and the back of the park was empty. You know what I just discovered actually a couple days ago? I was going through my my iCloud files, and I came across a save file. I remember I had a problem with the park. It had a corrupted save, and fortunately Frontier was able to restore it for me, and I loaded it back in, and the park had almost nothing compared to what it did. Like, even back in the day when the surf coaster was back here, the RMC didn't exist, the wing didn't exist, this didn't exist. I think it actually still had, oh good, Dale's not here, I can say this without getting bombarded with comments about it. The water park back here actually had a lazy river around a mountain just off of the park entrance. And the only thing, as I mentioned early on, I think before most of you were here, but this hypercoaster right here, the Mako Inspired, it's actually called Mako 2.0. I know, real creative, right? But this is the oldest coaster that is still remaining in the park. And it actually tied in kind of just outward of the water park area back here, with the original Kraken on the opposite side. over here. And this restaurant is one of the oldest things that still remains in the park. We built a little kind of raised platform. We've got our 2 restaurants, and then you come up here, sit and eat, and Mako actually does a little bit of a turnaround. This was very largely inspired by the real-world Mako having that kind of turnaround right over like the path near the entrance to the coaster and stuff like that. So I'm like, well, what's cool? People can sit up here, eat their food, see the coaster fly by. Then we did the lake with the shark mouth. The volcano lazy river, totally safe. I know, right? But that was one of my favorite things that I built. Dale was so heartbroken when I took that up. And I tried to replace it, but I'm like, I can't do the scenery the same way. But you know what? If I find... You know what? Let me, just out of curiosity, let me look. No. No, this was after we redid it, because it would be back over here. I'll actually have to pull that really old save file and see if it's still there, or if we actually hadn't even perhaps built it. I've got to step up real quick. My laundry is done, so I'm going to fold that, top off my water, make a real quick pit stop, and I'll be back momentarily, folks. Just hang tight. Chat amongst yourselves. As much as you all are here to watch me, I absolutely love when you all interact with each other, and a number of people have gotten to know each other just through hanging out off stream. So, but yeah, we'll be back in a few minutes, folks. Alright. I'm back. Laundry has been taken care of, and we're good to go here. I cleaned my grill today. Or attempted to. I should say I actually did clean it, but I've got some more stuff to do with it tomorrow. I've got to actually clean the grates. Took it apart, cleaned out as much as I could, and, oh, wow. Sorry, all of a sudden got a big rumble of thunder. And it is absolutely monsooning outside. Holy cow. Okay, great. Let me get caught back up on chat here. Point Coasters, what's going on? Good to see ya. Why have I not been getting recommended your streams? Let's see here. I've got a fair ways up to go to get caught back up. Fire destroyed some of the park until Dolly funded the remake. Yeah. Blazing Fury a lot. Has some nice airtime. Dare I say have it ranked over... Oh! Millennium Trash, get ready for a fight. I'm not going to argue with it because I have not been on the ride. The turnaround also kind of reminds me of Candemonium at Hershey Park. Yeah, I see that. Millennium Force is underrated. Where'd he go? Yeah, I had stepped away to fold some laundry and take a quick pit stop. The YouTube algorithm has been failing me. Oh, that sucks. Miss watching this guy's streams. Well, hey, I'm back. Glad to have you here. Please don't POV my coaster, because I need like 10 minutes to do something. I'll tell you when I'm back, when I get back, but please don't POV my coaster when I'm not here. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of time before we do that. Storming outside for me right now, too. It was storming like crazy at Dollywood. Well, I live in South Carolina, and the weather here, the second half of June, and pretty much all of July, has been freaking miserable. It's hot, humid, storming, extremely unpleasant. Like, I'm not enjoying this summer, honestly, because I can't do anything that I want to do because the weather's crap. I don't even want to step outside some days. I feel like I'm going to melt like the Wicked Witch of the West. Oh, I'm melting! Gonna head out! Alright, Kings Island, well, if you come back later, then great. If not, have a great evening. It was good to have you here and hang out for a bit. Also live in South Carolina. The humidity here is awful. You know, when I lived in North Carolina, the humidity was rough, but it was... You got a little bit of a buffer, just because you have the hills and the mountains and stuff like that, but here, it's just... I mean, we call the area that I live in, I'm more central South Carolina. I'm not going to dox myself. But... Central South Carolina and kind of the flatlands of central and southern Georgia, we call that the armpit of the South. This is why I hate Canada, except for Canada's Wonderland. Other than that, I hate the entirety of Canada. Oh! Dale, what's going on, man? Holy hey, what's going on? What's up? I'm melting too, dog. Yeah, it's pretty brutal. Crazanity, I wish you would not have done that. Mentioned the lazy river around the volcano. Yeah. Talking about that back here. Alright, let's get back into the game. I really don't plan on doing anything in particular with this park. Alright, I'm going to get out of it here. And gonna jump back into the Viking Park here in a bit. But is there a POV that you want to see of any particular coaster? So I'll open it up. Wow, got a good crowd. Yeah, but my running joke is I'm going to go take a vacation to the South Pole to get out of the heat and humidity. Don't diss the motherland like that. Schwarzkopf. That's one that we could do. If there's anything else, let me know. I'll do 2 or 3 maximum. I know most of you have seen these before, but this park is available on the workshop. I think. I'm pretty sure it is. Let me double check. I don't know if I have the most up-to-date version, but we'll look and see. My uploads. Oh, hey, take a look at some of these. So this... Oh, I forgot about the tide pool. Yeah, I had so much fun with that. Man, this is bringing back memories. This was the early days of this park, so this was the original, this was the first coaster in this park that I built. And it actually had the monorail before it had the, regular, like, on-ground railroad. So this was the first coaster that I built, and we took it out, as I mentioned, in favor of a reworked floorless coaster by Jimpers. Surf coaster, this was when it was at the back of the park. This is the Intamin Impulse that is in place. This is the invert. Yeah, I think most of my uploads are actually from this park. Dang. Fun times. Oh yeah, this was the original dive. Man, we're going way back. Like, I really don't even remember much of this. Oh yeah, the old RMC. There it is, right there. There is the lazy river around the volcano. And here's actually where that Schwarzkopf was originally. Okay, I do have, this is not the exact version, but it's close. It's similar. I'll have to update that. Bro, your voice is low-key perfect. You should go out for a radio station or something. Oh, well, I appreciate it. I don't know. I sound different in person. Like, I'm very soft-spoken in person. But, I mean, hey, when you have a little bit of, like, voice... not voice processing, but... when you've got over a microphone, and then you've got the software to do the equalizer and everything like that for the input, yeah, that makes wonders. Alright, yeah, so more people actually want to just go to the Viking Park, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Tell you what I'll do. I'll upload this Crazanity. Save. Actually, no, I don't even need to. I really didn't do anything, so what I'll do is just take the previous save file and upload it. I've got a Giga Dive I made and uploaded to the workshop. Would love for you to check it out at the end of the stream. Yeah, we can definitely do that. And I'll get some POVs. So, I have very few actual, like, uploaded videos on my channel. 98% of what I do is live streams that I just keep the videos up for on demand. But I do have a couple pre-recorded ones of just a couple coasters that I've made. Actually, let me double check. I think all of them are from the All 4 of them are from the tropical park. None of them from the Viking, but I probably should do that at some point. And then all of the rest were. Oh, holy cow, the old videos, like almost 2 years old, that were flight sim streams. So, those of you that are new here, I mean, those of you that are not new, you know this. But those of you that are new, I do a lot of flight sim. That's actually what really got my channel started. And I tend still overall to do a little bit more flight sim content. So if you're into flying and stuff like that, I highly recommend you check them out. If not, no worries at all. But I am a real-world private pilot, so I try to do small GA aircraft most of the time. I do some like business jets occasionally. I don't really do the airliners and stuff like that, but just kind of random places throughout the US and occasionally up in Canada and once in a while somewhere else in the world. But last summer when I started doing PC2, that's really what got my channel taking off. Pun partially intended. My grandpa has a flight sim at his house. He did crop dusting before he retired. Oh, wow! That's actually pretty cool. So, general aviation is very near to my heart. I started learning to fly when I was 17. Had a pilot's license for 16 years now. I just kind of dated myself. I'm in my mid-30s. Cookie casually using his pilot license to his advantage to fly straight to Kumba so he can get on it before it closes. This is a joke. No! I wish you wouldn't make that joke because I really wish I could do that. By the way, another poll. Going wild with the polls tonight, but I love it. A little bit of viewer interaction. So, Kumba, it was just announced, and Air Force One a few weeks ago, they're both closing on August 2nd. I'm actually very sad about Kumba being shut down. So, when I first went to Busch Gardens, Tampa, that was back in 2012. I was living in Florida at the time. And this is going to sound probably a little bit bonkers, but that was my number 1 in the park. I rated it over Montu. I rated it over Cheetah Hunt, which were my 2 and 3. Iron Gwazi did not exist at the time, and one side of the original Gwazi had been shut down, and the second one everybody said was not pleasant. Don't ride it. Wait, they're closing Kumba? I haven't gotten to ride it yet? Yeah, they are. Busch Gardens announced that they're shutting it down August 2nd, and they are going to be doing a new coaster called Kumba's Revenge. But they haven't announced any, like, further details about it or anything, so. And when I went last year, Kumba was shut down. And they said they were going to open it back up in the summer. It didn't open up, I think, until late September. And here we go, open for 10 months, actually 9.5, let's just say. Kind of rounding roughly. And, yep, we're shutting down Kumba. Get your rides before August 2nd, or you're going to be out of luck. But wait, because we've got something even bigger and better coming, called Kumba's Revenge. Whoop-de-frickin-do, folks. You're taking one of the most iconic, and I'm going to point out not only iconic because of the visual with the interlocking corkscrews. It's a 33-year-old roller coaster that was a fan favorite at the park for so long. And the B&M sit-down loopers are sadly a dying breed. And that's just one more. What do we have left? Dragon Con, Wildfire, Silver Dollar City. And I think there are one or two over in China or something like that. Now, to be fair, they really didn't build many, but they seemed to last for a very long time. So, alright, Bonsai, welcome back. BGT Giga, hopefully. I could see Kumba's Revenge being a launched wing coaster, but I hope it's a Giga. You know what I hope they do? We have the one that used to be at Hard Rock Park in North Carolina that got relocated. I hope it's something like Nemesis where it's just a heavy retrack and retheme. Yeah, actually, I was going to say I don't think that's going to happen, but now that I think about it, they really did not retrack Kumba. They just did a bunch of support work and stuff like that. So that actually would be really cool. Dragon Con, yep. First coaster in the world to have 8 inversions. Wildfire, I mentioned that. Dragon's Run in Vietnam. Relocated from Hard Rock Park. Okay, that's the one that got relocated. And Hulk, I forgot about Hulk! How in the world did I forget about Hulk? Shame on me. Decepticoaster. I actually am not familiar with Decepticoaster. Is that one of the ones over in China? Alright, so we have 3 votes for a major tragedy. Sad, but it is what it is, getting the 4th vote there. I know a lot of people were not big Kumba fans as of late, but I think the sad thing about it isn't so much that the ride is so fantastic and they're removing it. The ride is good. But I think it's more so just the nostalgia. How iconic it is. It's in Saudi Arabia, the new one? No. Yeah, Decepticoaster is at Universal Beijing. Okay, yeah, so that is one of the ones. Definitely not Saudi Arabia. Same continent, opposite end of the continent though. So. Alright, so yesterday in this park, the major thing that we did was actually complete the kind of revamped hypercoaster over here, and there are definitely some things I want to change. I want to say it was Tortigan Tales who suggested this. I could be wrong, but I think it was him. And he said instead of having the hill with the overbanked turn and the drop down, because when we did the tests, these did not perform well. So what we could actually do, what he suggested, was out of this do like a high-speed S-turn. Maybe with a little bit of a pop in airtime up at the very top of it. Right in the middle of the S, so to speak. And have it cut back. We could add trim somewhere. And then I do think we will need to actually widen this helix. This one probably is okay. We could add trim somewhere. I don't want to widen it without steepening it, just because of the proximity with the train station right here. And then the other thing we talked about was actually building a moat around around this here. So what we need to do is revamp this area and figure out how we're going to tie the path into this plaza. And what we'll probably do is tie the plaza back into this. Kind of more or less in this format here. And then we've got to figure out the pathing in the queue, which I am not going to do tonight. I don't have the patience for it. I got aggravated with it last night. And I don't feel like doing it tonight. That's something I would do off stream, to be honest. So alright, now that I do have the alignment for this, and I think this is a pretty good camelback, we can reprofile it a little bit, but the good thing is, it is lined up perfectly, so we can actually take these stamps out here. I'll put the one back right there. Amen. What's the amen for? Not doing the pathing? Yeah, because that really aggravated me. We did get this done. The exit is taken care of. But the entrance side, I would rather drink bleach than try to hassle with all of that right now. I shouldn't say that. But I don't encourage anybody to try to drink bleach. It's very dangerous. It'll make you very sick. I do not know from experience. I need to qualify that. When do you think you'll react to my coaster? You know what? We can get out of that and do that now. Actually, no. Unless Crazanity is ready with the Giga Dive he was talking about, and if Jimpers is ready. Because I think he had something he wanted to. So if we wait for them, so we do it all at once, rather than get out of this, come back into it, get out of it, come back in, etc., and stuff like that. I'd rather try to preview everything at once. Not finish with the sit-down looper. Okay. Jimpers, let me know when you're done. Crazanity is ready, Bonsai is ready. No rush, take your time. But as soon as you're done with it, let me know. We'll go do that, and then we'll play it by ear. If I want to come back to this, or do something different, or jumpers. Oh, Jimpers, screw you, autocorrect. Yeah, you gotta love technology. It's fantastic when it works. Alright, I'll go ahead and end the poll here. Yeah. It's a very lopsided vote toward people being disappointed. I'm actually really surprised nobody said that it didn't matter to them. Give you 30 or 40 minutes? That's fine. That's actually, as long as Bonsai and Crazanity are able to wait that long. If you two can't, then let me know. But if you can wait that long, it may even be shorter, Jimper says, then we'll go check it out then. So. I was actually going to play a bit of piano tonight too, but this may turn into a fairly late stream. I really don't want to be on here until 1 in the morning again. I mean, as much fun as last night was. Clear those trees out a little bit here. Is it a coincidence I'm also making a B&M sit-down looper? It could be. We started talking about Kumba and then the other ones. Oh! The other major announcement, I did mention it very briefly before. How do you feel about Air Force 1 closing? Such a shame. Oh, I'm spoiling all the options. Alright, there you go. So going back to the tropical park, that original RMC that I built actually did take a little bit of inspiration from Air Force 1. Now, I need to qualify, that is a coaster I have not been on, and I am not far from the Atlanta area, so unlike Kumba, it actually is very viable that I could make my way over there and ride it before it shuts down. Coincidentally, it's closing the same day as Kumba, August 2nd. So, you've got 2 weeks and a couple days. I've also never been to Six Flags Over Georgia, despite that I'm relatively close to it. Carowinds is my home park. But I'm not that far from Six Flags Over Georgia, so what I thought about doing is taking a trip over there, hitting up the Six Flags Park, and then making my way over to Fun Spot to just lap Air Force 1 a few times. So. Okay. I do definitely... Alright, I'm gonna run test mode on this. But I definitely want to revamp this helix. We're gonna widen it a fair bit. So what we'll do is go into this first segment. Does this turn start here? It might. No! Undo that. Clear it out. That actually may be okay. What the heck? Huh. What? What in the world is going on with this right now? Oh, Lord. Somebody help me out with this. That was the definition of screwed up right there. And that helix is no wider than... Bank it more? It was banked, and I think when I revamped it just now, it took a lot of that. Alright. Freaking ball crap. Alright. I am going to reload and try to check, because I think when I smoothed it, it really edited a lot of the banking and the turn radius. So, I want to go back in and actually take a look at what the track pieces are showing. I've heard people say that Over Georgia will save Airy. Like, no, they already have an RMC hybrid. They aren't saving Airy. Yeah, I would agree with that. I would love to see it go to Carowinds, but I don't think Carowinds would take it. I think they would sooner RMC Hurler. Listen up! I don't think they would relocate Airy Force 1 to Carowinds, unfortunately, as much as I would love to see that. But I do have a good feeling that somebody will take it. The question is who, but I think somebody out there will pick that coaster up. They're not going to let that go to waste. Okay. So I'm going to take out one segment right there. And what is it that connects it? 46-degree bank. Maybe we could kind of tighten that. Maybe to 65. And we do need to decrease that. Maybe to about... Maybe... Oh gosh. Okay, don't say anything. Maybe 6 or 7 degrees downward pitch. Because there's 6, there's 7. 8 or 9 might be too much, and then I feel like 4, 5 potentially could work, but I feel like that would be too shallow. Even though we will be adding more. So that's at 59. And a 43-degree turn radius. Yeah, no wonder it's too tight. I think Worlds of Fun might grab it, or Valley Fair, some park that doesn't get a lot of investment. Valley Fair doesn't really have the space for Airy. Could see Worlds of Fun grabbing it, yeah. Yeah, potentially. I think Worlds of Fun would actually be a, that would be a good contender for it. The Enchanted Parks CEO seemed to be interested in buying Airy and putting it in one of their parks. Yeah, I did hear something about that. Alright, let me take a look at this here. 48. See, this is what I don't understand, though. Right here, when I try to reverse, why does it completely warp the track piece I'm trying to lay down? Like that right there. What the heck? Tell you, that's gonna get on my nerves. Let's try to shallow that out maybe a little bit there. Let's do, yeah, let's try -5. But the helix needs to tighten in the first half. And kind of loosen or widen out. That's still off. Damn. Alright, let's try something here. Let's go to 28, 31, 34. Wow. Well, that'll give you a little bit of sideways airtime. But that just looks awkward as can be. I'm not going to do that. So here's what we'll actually do. We will do... no banking, no turn. We'll do another little pop of airtime here. That definitely needs some smoothing. We'll come back to here. Let's bump that up just a notch. Take the awkward transition, then spam smooth it. Alright. Let's go backward. That actually does look better. It's really not substantially larger, but I feel like that would be more effective. Dale's got a code to drop. Man, I need to turn my fan on. I feel like I'm burning up. Fan is on. I need to turn it up then. I am absolutely tired of summer. I'm ready for fall. We do need to adjust the mid-course brakes as well. I'm melting. Yeah, like the Wicked Witch of the West. I'm melting! What a world! Hey, Dorothy could dump a bucket of cold water on me, and I'd be okay with it. I'm not ready for fall means I have to go back to school. Okay. Yeah, that's totally fair. I don't have to deal with that, so yeah, understandable. I feel like that pacing is actually a fair bit better. Okay, next pole. Alright. And you can go ahead and vote on that. Yeah, so we'll actually have to redo this here. Easy fix. I will go ahead and save. Oh, great. Yeah, well, looks like we got more storms on the way. Huh. Sucks. I'm tired of this heat and humidity. I really would like some cooler weather. You do a pretty good Wicked Witch of the West impression. Oh, yeah. Haha. Oh. I mean, I could try the Wicked Witch of the West laugh, but, yeah, I don't know if I should. A lightning storm just got super close to my house, but it missed. Alright, that's good. Alright, so we have 2 votes for yes, do the yes turn, and 1 for try a hybrid. Alright, make that 3 and 1. Okay. Do it. Oh. I'll get you, my pretty! And your little dog, too! Alright folks, please don't thumbs down the video and unsubscribe. Don't get scared. Oh no. Yeah, I was kind of afraid of doing that, but... Alright, there's a 4th vote for, yeah, alright, so we're gonna go ahead and do the S turn. Spot on. I don't know whether I should be impressed or scared. Impressed. Oh, I'm going the wrong way there. Alright, yeah. Whenever you select a piece of track to delete, always make sure that you are building or removing in the right direction. What? That was so insanely good. Well, thanks, I guess. When Jimpers isn't sure if he should be scared, I'm not sure if I should be scared that I did that well. Alright, let's go 1 meter offset there. I don't want to bank it too much on a 4 meter piece. So we'll do 30 degrees. We'll go to 60. You know what? We can even do a 90 degree. Let's start that turn. I think that's still going to be high enough. At first I thought that was a soundboard sound effect. Oh wow, okay. Are you sure you're not the voice actor for that laugh? Oh, 100%. Hey, I mean, come on, the freaking movie was made in 1939. I'm not old enough to have been the voice actor. I'm not that old. I mean, I might be old, but I'm not that old. Alright, this is going to be the tricky part. Trying to cut this back in. Now the autocomplete doesn't want to cooperate. Oh, it does there. You sure? Because when I saw you at... Oh, wait! Oh, he pulled it before I could finish reading it. When I was at Canada's Wonderland about a month ago, they were playing the PC2 theme in the entryway? No kidding! So we can actually... Only got 2 hours and 1 minute left to watch the stream, so make sure you POV my coaster in that amount of time. Oh yeah, yeah, we'll be getting to that before then. For sure. You sure you're not old? Because when I saw you at Carowinds, you were practically bald. I'm not practically bald. Hey, come on, that's a low blow. I mean, my hair is a bit thin, but I'm not nearly bald. I mean, come on. That's not fair. Hey, you remember what I was wearing? Okay. Sure about that one? Yeah, 100%. That's not nice. I agree, Dale. That isn't nice. Yeah, come on. Give me a little bit of a break here. Croatia t-shirt. Heck yeah. And you know what I wore today? That same Croatia t-shirt. Coasting through coasters. What's going on? Welcome. I have been summoned here by Point Coasters. Oh boy. Well, I'm glad he summoned you here. Glad to have you. I'm curious how that interaction went from Cookie's perspective. Alright, let's do some smoothing for this S-curve. Oh. Yeah, no, that did not come out the way I wanted it to. I would have rather had it go up into this. Let's see if we can redo this. Because ideally, it should be flat at the rollout point. I'm just imagining this random person coming up to you and saying, "Are you Cookie Pirate?" No, 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 no. It didn't go like that. It was more coordinated than that. Nope. Don't autocomplete. Let's go from here. 30 minus 15. That doesn't seem right. And see, now it does that stupid crap again. Oh, by the way, happy 200 subs. Almost 200, we're at 197. No, I'm at 200. Oh, guys, yeah. Wow. This is the third night. Or, no, second, sorry. Yeah. Second night in a row, we've picked up 3 subscribers. So, I was at 194 before I started the stream last night. I was at 197 before I started tonight, and we've just hit 200. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. I started to say it backward. I was gonna say this is the third night we've picked up 2 subscribers, and no, it's the second night we've picked up 3. So, this is so awesome. The most popular Planco 2 YouTuber, yeah, probably Benji or Digital Dan. Yep. Hell yeah. Alright, let's level that off. Do the rollout. Bank the opposite direction. Just a little bit of a decline. Now we'll go into the 30 degrees of bank. Start the turn. Oh, that's awkward as can be. So we'll actually go back here. Gonna have to reprofile that. Folks, if you don't use the 4-meter track piece method, and you don't use a mod with the 2-meter or 1-meter, then I highly recommend you look into doing the 4-meter piece. This coaster was built pretty early on when I really did not know about or understand the benefits of the 4-meter track method. It is revolutionary in the way you do your coasters, so I highly recommend you check it out. Life changer right there, absolutely. This is going to be the really tricky part though. This actually may not work. It might. That's gonna need some pretty strong smoothing. Use a 1-meter like me? Oh no. I didn't even know they had 1-meter until you mentioned it relatively recently, like within the last month or so. Because I know there was a mod that you could do 2-meter, but then I don't know. 1-meter just sounds way too precise. Probably does make it easier, but it just, I feel like it would be extremely tedious, with the exception of if you're trying to do custom inverts. I think that would make it substantially better. Alright, so let's go backwards. This is all fine. Shouldn't have to change any. Oh. screwed up that camelback. That camelback was fine as it is. So let's do... yeah, let's go from there. At 201 now. All right. Man, that's so awesome. I don't see everybody that's subscribing. I do see a few people. But yeah, thank you all so much. That's so cool. Like, we're making good progress here. Did your last 2 messages not go through? No, I'm behind on chat. Sorry. Let me get caught back up here. Point Coaster's made a post, so hopefully more people start tuning in. That's awesome. The best is definitely TH Designs. 3 new subscribers throughout my Planko 2 series so far. Did anyone see the gift shop in Saunded Springs? I haven't seen that. And congrats on 200 subs. My goal is 100. I'm currently at 56. Man, Bonsai, I need to give you a sub. It takes time, but keep at it. You'll get there eventually. It's so cool. And Dino Duke spent 30 minutes adding trim to a roof. Wow. Aside from track pieces, this might be one of my best loopers. All right. Okay. Let's actually give this a POV. Some station timing is probably off. Really, thank you so much. Yeah. In fact, I'm gonna do it right now. Bonsai Games. Okay. There you go. Yeah, 100%, man. You know, when it comes to small streamers and stuff like that, they get really supportive of each other. Just trying to help each other grow, you know? Yeah, folks, go give Bonsai Games some support. He's brand new to my streams. I think the first time was just yesterday, actually. But we're all about supporting each other. So definitely go give him a subscribe. Help him grow his channel. He's been here a very short time, but in that very short time, he's been super supportive, which is awesome. So, yeah, this is so great. This is what I love about this community. Everybody just helps each other out. It's not cutthroat competitive. It's everybody just like sharing a love of coasters, the game, and doing all sorts of different stuff. So, okay, let's run a test of this, and I do want to see how it travels through that S curve and the reprofiled helix here. Actually, you know what? Let's have a little fun. Let's go back row. You're genuinely such a chill guy. I try to be. You know, I play games to have fun, relax, and just hang out with people. Do need to do a little bit of reprofiling in the first half, just of some turns, and then the mid course. We can get to that here in a bit, actually. But I do want to check out primarily the second half. Yeah, we'll fix that. We'll fix that there. A little bit of an arm chopper with the tree there. Oh no, it's going way too fast through that. It's not happy to see that. Helix is a tiny bit better, but no. It still takes that way too fast. Alright, so let's get off of this. I'm just going to close it back down. And I think what we need to do... Nice layout. I appreciate that. Alright, I think we actually need to adjust this now. Because this will have an impact on the entire second half of the ride. Maybe too extreme airtime for a B&M Hyper. Yeah, in the second half, definitely. In the first half, it's on point. Like, I built that first half out, and if any of you are familiar with Brawmick, he was a featured creator on the workshop, and unfortunately, he has pretty much completely stepped away from the game. Really good guy. I think he was just super disappointed with some stuff from the developers. But he actually reprofiled this coaster for me. I think this is what we need to do. Let's shorten this back. Now, look at a lot of these track pieces. You see how they're super long? And that's because the majority of this coaster that I built way back when, I really did not know about the 4-meter method. So what I'm hanging on to is some old elements that just either I did right or I got lucky with. I don't know. And trying to incorporate the new method. I say not new, but new versus old. The 4-meter method versus the however many meters it took to get the piece right. So let's see, you can never have too much airtime. No, I agree with that, but the intensity of the airtime I think does make a difference. Like, I tolerate floater super well, so my home park is Carowinds. I absolutely love Fury 325, so the last time I was at the park was in March. I got 16 rides that day, and all but one of them were in a row, basically. Get off, get back on, get off, get back on, etc. Stuff like that. I took a break and went back for one more ride, and their ops that day, unfortunately, were just not very good. But Fury has incredible floater, maybe some flow ejector, mild ejector, if it's running fast. But yeah, Copperhead Strike. So that's another coaster in the park that has extreme ejector, but it also has a lot of sharp turns. So some lats, pretty strong positive Gs, and as much. That's my number 2 in the park. But I can only ride it twice in a row, and then I'm like, okay, I need a break. But Fury, I can lap that over and over. 100%. No way that could be. My max in a day is 9. No, I just love Fury, though. The ops were atrocious. When I went on Thunder Striker that day, I went in the back and the 2 cars in front of me were empty. Yeah, that was terrible. That was the only other coaster that I went on. And, yeah, it was lame. I hate to say it, but it was lame. I really did not enjoy it that day. But I'm not a Thunder Striker fan. I've had a lot of mediocre rides, and occasionally I'll get a good ride. It's never been fantastic. I'm not a Thunder Striker fan. I actually work as a ride-op at the Columbus Zoo. I operate the kiddie wooden coaster there they have named Sea Dragon. Oh, that's awesome! Well, yeah, going back up to get caught up on chat here. Crazanity says, too extreme, you should see Goliath at Over Georgia. And Coasting Through Coasters, exactly, Goliath has some ejector. So, I've not been to Over Georgia, but I'm actually hoping to check it out later this month, or at the very beginning of August. And I've heard a lot of people say a lot of good stuff about Goliath. So, I'm actually really excited to, alright, actually gonna revamp that just a little bit. So we're gonna go up to 10 degrees, and we're gonna lower that to 0 now, but we're gonna shorten it a bit. We'll do 12 meters. Actually gonna take the turn out there. And we'll go back to our 4-meter trim brakes. Or, friction, actually, here. Block section. Why is it not letting me shorten that? Let's take one of those out. That's bizarre. I've never encountered that. So this is where we're going to have to revamp a little bit. Alright, let me get caught back up here. I've heard Goliath and Raging Bull have some, but they're still way more B&M Hypers with less of that than more or equal. Behemoth in the very back is better than Diamondback. No home park bias, definitely. I can't rate either of the two of them. Alright, Coasting Through Coasters, have a great night. Thank you so much for hanging out. And thank you for the sub, I really appreciate that, and the shout out. Train 3 seems to be the smoothest, not a hint of a rattle. I think I was on 2 and it was rough. Great America date is no longer solid. We may go in August. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, you'll get to it. I hope you have a good time. Do you think you could do 2 coasters of mine at the end of the stream? There's a B&M Hyper Twister I've been wanting you to see. Yes, yeah, we can definitely do 2. Bonsai's got 2. Or no, he's got 1. I don't think he's gonna get the second. I'm a Waffy Duck, welcome. Sorry I missed your message there, but thank you so much. That's so cool. And I'm up at 201. Man, that is such a great group of folks. Jimpers has 2. Strawberry Jam would also like to do some showcasing. Heck yeah! Absolutely. Alright, so tell you what, I want to finish this up. Because this has been something I've been thinking about doing. And here we are actually getting to it. So let's bring that back to the 4 meters. And what we'll do is a little bit of bank here. And we'll start a gentle turn, gentle drop. And then we'll start tightening it up a bit. That actually may be too much. I think it is. We'll smooth it though. Gotta bring that back there. Alright, we'll go backwards from there. Cookie, you don't... Damn it! Oh, thank you for pointing that out. Ugh! Only got an hour and 37 minutes now. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're gonna get to it way before then. So, don't worry. Win stream, by the way. Thank you. Crazy Entity, thank you so much for pointing that out. I had it on before. Now I gotta redo all of this stuff. Great. Alright, 1 meter. Oh no, now it does the reversal. Crap. Oh, what is going on? What the... Ladies and children, cover your ears. The rest of you, be prepared. Alright, let's actually do it from here. Alright, 1 meter is on. We'll go -5. 15 degrees of bank. Nice and gentle. Start the turn. 15. Roll that bank a little bit more. Roll it some more. Actually, oh, that may work out. I don't know, it's gonna be kinda tough. I'm not keen on that, but you know what? We'll smooth it, see what we get. Let's go backwards. Alright, what that actually should do is slow down the pacing a little bit in the second half, so these might actually be a little bit more modest. No, my #1 fan spot was stolen. Aw. I'm so excited for Gargantuan Vertical Vengeance to open at Six Flags Great Adventure. What? Gargantuan Vertical Vengeance? Don't tell me that's the name of the Kingda Ka replacement. Okay, I'm getting caught up here. Gargantuan Vertical Vengeance is the worst name I've ever heard. I really hope that isn't the Project Purple name. And imagine they name it that and use AI for a logo. Yeah, I would boycott the pork. Alright, let's go ahead and check this out here. We'll go front bumper. Wow. Phantom Spire is a much better name. That actually, that does sound pretty cool. I'll give you that. That's a pretty good name. Tell the AI logo stuff to Fiesta, Texas. Look at Werewolf Gorge. Yeah, that needs to be reprofiled a little bit. Same with that there. I know it has a good, like, ring to it. Yeah, I think it does too. Oh, that doesn't slow it down enough. Yeah, we gotta make those brakes hit harder. Yeah, because the pacing is gonna be about the same as it was before. Is staring at the corner like I don't have a clue. I know those are not the words, but it's just, that's what I hear when I listen to this song. But this is one of my favorite songs in the game. Oh, that did make a good difference. Now the question is this right here. No! Oh my gosh, I was concerned about that. Gonna cry like a little kid now. Doesn't get his way. Doesn't get the gumball out of the gumball machine at the exit of the grocery store. Ah, man. Alright, now we've got another issue to deal with. Damn it. Ooh. Okay. This is so fast but really smooth, I like it. Yeah. Alright. Here's what I actually want to do to evaluate that. We're going to redo the test, but I'm not going to ride it. We're actually going to take a look at the heat map. Oops. Let's go speed. And we can actually fast forward there a little bit. Oh, that's so disappointing. Still going 54 miles an hour over the top of that hill. It felt way too fast. It does slow down to about 20. Yeah, loses a good bit of pacing there. Oh, yeah. Yeah, look at it going over those airtime hills right there. It's... I'd like to see the G-forces, actually. Because if those are not providing enough airtime, then that's a... See... Oh! Oh, hold on a second here. Here's the answer. Just take the trims out. That should do it. Although, I do want to see how much airtime these two camelbacks are providing. Because if they're not giving less than 0, then they're not going, you know. The train is not going fast enough over them. So these should really be as close to 0 or below as possible. So I think Planet Coaster 2 is frying my brain because I keep thinking in real life this is boring. I'm going to speed up time just to realize I'm not in Planet Co 2. Oh no, I hope you don't feel that way about the stream. Hey, it's the science behind it, man. Alright. Yeah, let's go back into this, take a look at speed. I think it was those trim brakes. It's carrying so much speed through most of this here. Still bottoms out at over 65. Yeah, it loses a bit of pacing there. No, not the stream. I was just saying in general. Okay, I love the stream. Yeah, glad to hear that. I'm glad you're not bored watching me screw up my coasters and try to troubleshoot them. Oh, yeah. Yeah. See, I think that's still too fast through that helix now. Perfect. Alright, and let's just see how that comes out. Just give it a second to pull into the exit station here. I'll just drop the codes for the Hyper Twister and the Giga Dive. Alright. Okay, let's pause. Let's take a look at the vertical Gs. Uh-huh. Yep. Alright, so that is an indicator that it is going too slow because this is actually purple, not blue. Which means the train is going too slow to provide airtime. So you're actually setting back into your seat. So there's no airtime on this Camelback. That's probably... Oh, yeah, the shade does change a little bit right there. G-force does get high there, gets high there, but with a high-speed curve, that's to be expected. Oh, wow. They actually really pick up there, so I think the train does need to be slowed down a little bit here. So, what I would say, I think the proper move would be to raise the speed on the brakes, basically make it slow down less up here. Let it run its course through all of this. These two Camelbacks, maybe put some trims kind of here, or potentially here, and definitely up here. There's actually a good pop of negative G's right there. 88 miles per hour on the drop there. Doc, you sent us back to the future. Hey, it isn't as fast as Fury 325. Also, when you look at my coaster, look at the stats since I worked hard to make it as realistic as possible. Awesome. Yeah, we've got a number of folks here that are very heavily realism based. And we have a couple people that are EFN based. So they try to get triple greens, basically get those scores as good as they can. And I personally fall somewhere within the middle. I like to get good scores, but not at the not at the cost of realism. So I'm not going to make a coaster do something extremely impractical and unrealistic to try to boost my score. Sorry, just topping off the water here. There we go. Actually got a SodaStream machine, if any of you are familiar. I love sparkling water. So for Americans, that's pretty uncommon. And I never drank sparkling water until I went to Europe in 2017. And that is the majority of what people drink over there is sparkling water. And I really liked it. So, started drinking a ton of sparkling water. I just like I mean, it doesn't really have much flavor unless you give it some sort of a specific flavor. Like lemon or berry or whatever, stuff like that. But I like the texture. Having the carbonation is nice. So, and instead of buying bottles and cans and all of that stuff, why not just make my own? Let it be carbonated to the extent that I like. So, alright, let me get caught back up here. Crazanity and I. Realism is me and Jimpers, yes. Strawberry Jam says realism is not me. Bonsai, all of my laterals are under 1.4 and vertical under 5. Yeah. Yeah, I would say that that's pretty on point. Honestly, you could probably let the laterals go up to maybe like 1.7. If your verticals are under 5, that's good. There are some coasters where the verticals do go over 5 for an extremely brief period of time. So, if they peak in the low 5s, I think that's not a big deal. But if you've got a ton of places where they're 5.5 plus, then that's... EFN is Dale, he somehow got the powered track ride to freaking green excitement. I genuinely don't know how the hell he did it. He's some wizard or something. Try not to make it look too unrealistic. Yeah. In all my coasters. Sure. And I'm somewhere in the middle. I'll take G-forces in the 5s, the -1s, even up to about -2. I really won't let them go beyond that. And then the laterals, I try to keep them below 2. So, I give just a little bit of a buffer, going for that better score, but not overkill. And that is one major criticism of this game that I have. The EFN scores are so lopsided to intense forces, and they're extremely airtime heavy. I've mentioned this a number of times before. I absolutely love inversion-based coasters, so like B&M inverts, floorless or sit-down loopers and stuff like that. But the game's EFN ratings never score those well because they just don't really have airtime. So it's like you have to build an airtime machine for the coaster to be good. And it really aggravates me a little bit that it works that way. Because I build a coaster that's super fun with a bunch of inversions, really good pacing, great layout, and the EFN scores are like 5. It's like, come on, that's bullcrap. It makes me mad. A little bit. I mean, I don't get all bent out of shape over it, but yeah. I don't like that the game rewards you for being unrealistic. Yes. Alright, let's check the speed on these brakes. Let's bring it up to 25. Those actually can't go above 20. Slow the deceleration rate down a little bit. Okay. We will need to do a retest right there. It increases the excitement when you run into trees too. I know, right? What's the point of that? All right, let's do a retest. Let's check the excitement score here. Alright, I'm actually going to step up real quick, so I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. Sorry about that. And yeah, I didn't get back in time to see the scores overall. Oh, that's a lot better. Only have an hour and 15 minutes before I have to go now. Yep, I would say we're about ready to switch back here. So let me just pause and take a look overall. Not super exciting through this. This is a little bit of a dead part. But then it really picks back up here with the airtime hills. This is not that exciting, but this right here is for some reason. And yeah, really solid through that, up through there. So I'm a little bit conflicted with this remake. 7.38 is pretty good. I've got triple greens, but the original version of this that I had was over 8. I think it was like 8.1 or 8.2. So, not really sure. What I'll actually do is switch this. I want to look at the lats. Ah, right there. So that's a trouble spot. That's really the only spot. The verticals, yeah, they get pretty high there in that real tight helix. Good pop of airtime. That's a good pop of airtime. Looks like you get a little bit of floater right there. That's all white. Still going a little bit slow through that right there. But, yeah. Turning that mid-course from 20 to 25 miles an hour made... That's a pretty substantial difference, actually. So, I don't know, maybe we bump it up to 27 to 30, add some trims in a couple spots, and I think we should be good. So... Alright, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and call it quits with this park for the evening. I will save. And I do have that coaster uploaded. Oh, you know what? Let me go back in and re-upload. So we'll go ahead and save that. Dragon Fury revised. Yeah. It should be the same code. And go ahead and save it, and we'll go ahead and re-upload it to the workshop. And guys and ladies, any of you that, maybe ladies that are here, if you're up to it, I do encourage you to go take my creations, tweak them, improve them as you see fit. Because I am certainly not the best coaster creator. Upload. So we'll just revise over that there. 7/17/26. There we go. I have a phobia of thunderstorms, and one just came. Ah, man, that sucks. I'm sorry. I'm not afraid of them. They are a little bit annoying, depending on what you're trying to do. But I love watching the thunder. I said that backwards. Watching the lightning and hearing just the distant rumbles of thunder and stuff like that. I don't like when it gets really close. Mila's afraid of them. Most animals are. So it startles her. It does get irritating. But sometimes I just love sitting back and watching the lightning from a distance and stuff like that. So, but that's me personally. And I'm used to them. Living in the southeast, we get a whole ton of them. I'm a tornado enthusiast, actually. Ooh. That is one thing I think I would actually keep my distance from. I have seen tornadoes before, albeit small. And in my college days, we actually had a tornado in Florida where I lived. And I decided I wanted to go out and chase it, and then my better judgment took over, and I turned back and drove home. So, here's the GG Woody, here's the sit-down looper. Let me get those codes. Let me go back and get Crazanity's codes, and I already have Bonsai's. Let me double-check, make sure I still have Dale's, because he posted one earlier. Yes, okay. Let me grab all of these codes real quick. So did Helen Keller. Oh, that's terrible. I feel a little bit bad laughing at that. Oh, that's screwed up, man. Mila, get off the top of the piano, please. Get down. So, You hear me many times telling Mila, my cat, to get off of the top of the piano. So, I have a digital piano in my office, in the same room where my computer is, and because it's digital, so it's a true wood action, but the sound is digitized. And they have, on these models of pianos, they have fabric speakers covering the very top. And cats tend to like elevated places, so she likes to get on top of the piano and sit and look out the window or over the room or whatever and stuff like that. But I am afraid of her scratching at the fabric and damaging it, so I don't let her be up there. She sits on the bench, I don't care. She sits on the wood top cover. I'm not super fond of that, but I don't care as much. But anytime I catch her on the fabric, I make her get down. So. Alright. So I've got, let me cross-check. Yep, that is the code right there. Perfect timing for the upload. 0PN0, yep, that one. And silver bullet, that's the looper. Zero and 6. There we go. Shockwave. Let's get that one. Wildcat. Okay, strawberry jam. Let me just make sure that the ones that you've uploaded, I can check this out. I've got time. I'll go ahead and add that. Gargantuan Vertical Vengeance. Oh! The name everybody was making fun of before. Alright. Let me make sure I added everything. Oh, whatever, you can watch all of them. Yeah, sure. Let me go back up, get Crazanities here real quick. I'll have to type them. Okay. DBL2B 1 HQ Imperator. That's the Roman name for emperor, I believe. Let's get the other one. 4T95C866. Got it. And let me make sure I got Dale's code as well. Alright, I think that's everything. Man. Let's go ahead out of here. Oh, I do hope I saved that. Yeah, okay, I did. Perfect. Alright. Let's go taiga biome, that's my favorite. So... my code rhymed? Yeah. I'm waiting for a code with T3 in it, so that when I read out the code, I can shout, T3 sucks. Okay. Let me place all of the coasters. And this is the tricky thing. I always struggle to remember the names of what they're saved as. I really, really wish that you would have the ability to sort based on creation date instead of a random kind of arbitrary. This is one of them. I'm just gonna place these. I'll move them up and down as needed. I just realized the B&M looper was the wrong one. Alright, hold on. Imperator. Firehawk. Alright, so I've got Crazanities, I've got one of Strawberry Jams. Jeez. Yeah, folks, help me out with the names, please. I mean, I could cross-check the newest ones this way. Jimper's B&M sit-down is called Silver Bullet. Alright, so Hurler's Redemption, GG Family Woody Remastered, Silver Bullet. Okay, so the remastered... where was that? Right here. Let's put that back here. The Silver Bullet. That's so funny. At my work, we have a vehicle. It's a silver Ford Expedition. We call it the Silver Bullet. It's a piece of junk. Not that this coaster will be. I'm sure it's going to be way better. Taiga Tumble, that's right. Alright, let me get that one. And I'll go back through and adjust the elevation as needed. Hurler's Redemption is a redo of Hurler's Revenge, okay? Hurler's Revenge. Yep, here's the Redemption. Perfect. Let's do that. T30SUCKS, not a real code, but it works. You need one more character. All of the codes are 9 characters. That one's 8. So, very close. That would actually be really funny. T3SUCKSSS. T3 sucks! Cookie, you're stupid. Shut up. Alpine Peaks. Oh. Am I running out of room? Oh, no. Okay. We can squeeze it here. We can lower it a little bit. Alright. And don't worry about the trees. Okay. Before we start looking, is this everything? So we've got 2 from Jimpers, we've got the 2 from Crazanity, we've got the 1 from Dale, we've got Bonsais right there. Is there anything I'm missing? I think we've got 2 from Strawberry Jam. You had 2 or 3, I don't remember. I think I might be missing 1 from Strawberry Jam. Gosh, you all are giving me a lot to look at tonight. I like it though. I love checking out. Thought he was gonna say a Ford Ranger at first. Nah, it was an Expedition. The B&M Looper is the wrong one. What B&M Looper? Fire? No, that's Crazanity's. Those 2 are his. Oh, so Strawberry Jam, I've got this one. You've got the Kitty Wildcat, and you've got Hurler's Redemption. What was the other one? Maybe I didn't spawn it. Alright, let me double check. Yeah, no, the only B&M Looper I think I've got were Crazanities and Jimpers. They both made them. I've got that. Got that. Shockwave. We missed that one. And then was there something else? Okay. Tell you what, look it up. Just double check it. And I'm going to go ahead and get started here because we are running a little bit short on time. Been going for 3 hours. It doesn't feel like it. Since Bonsai was the first one to mention it, and we actually talked about this yesterday, I'm going to start with his. So let's go ahead and get on it. We'll do the front bumper POV. I'll pull Shockwave in for sure. That's fine. Alright, let's get this rolling. Bonsai said don't hold back with the feedback. Yeah, but I know you all are good, but let's be respectful. So just keep that in mind. Good. Gets a little slow there, not terrible. forgot to check the terrain around that. Okay. Alright. Well, I gotta say, for your first creation that you're uploading and sharing, this is really good. I'm impressed. Yeah, B&M sit-down looper. I love these. I really do. Short train. Interesting choice. But I think it's fine. If capacity becomes an issue because this ride does not have a mid-course, what you could do is lengthen the station just a little bit, and longer cars actually do give you a little bit more momentum throughout the coaster. But this is really good. That loop is great. Absolutely fantastic. Like, wow. I can't do a vertical loop that well. At all. Alright. Because you said don't hold back, be honest. I'm gonna give you some criticism. I think with this first turn up here, I think you need a little bit more banking initially. You can kind of roll out a little bit early, that's fine, since it does slow down. But going into it, I think you need a little more banking here. That vertical loop is amazing. That's super good. I would say maybe a tiny bit more banking into this turn, but since it takes it relatively slowly, I think throughout this, most of the banking you have is actually sufficient. You do lose quite a bit of pacing right up here. But the good news is it doesn't really seem to affect the rest of the ride. You've got the drive tires that do help give you a little bit more speed coming up through here. I like the inclusion of a pop of airtime. It's probably very mild, but nonetheless, airtime is good. So, yeah, and actually, let's watch it. Yeah, that's definitely a bit of airtime right there. I like that. Your banking here is pretty good, actually, I would say. Come back through. Get a little bit more. Alright, this is where it gets a little bit weird, in my opinion. You've got the drive tires to push you downhill for a little bit more speed. All that's going to do is give you a little more positive Gs, and then you go right up into these trim brakes or friction brakes. Yeah, trim brakes. Into the turn. So this really isn't doing that much. And I do agree with Crazanity. I wouldn't recommend a banked brake run. It's not realistic. It doesn't make it awkward in this case. In some cases it does, but in this case it does a good job. But it doesn't really fit realistically. But overall, you've got a really solid ride for the first creation you're sharing. Now, one thing. I will say the ride type, for having only one inversion, a B&M sit-down looper generally has a lot more than that. For a layout like this, I would say a Schwarzkopf or even an Arrow might be a little bit more realistic in the sense of turns and having only one loop. But, I mean, all of you that have been around for my streams long enough know that I absolutely love B&M sit-downs. B&M floorless as well, stuff like that. And I think the way that you have profiled the majority of the ride makes it very suitable to be a B&M sit-down. So that's awesome. I made this at the start, so I didn't know what any of these track pieces did. Nowadays, I wouldn't do that. Yeah. No, it's all good. You learn from experience. I mean, if this was... I think you said this was like the 5th coaster you made, and you've only made 9. You're coming along really well. Did you ever play any other coaster building games? Whether it was PC1 or any of the Roller Coaster Tycoon series or anything like that? It's my favorite coaster type since it's smooth and gives you a lot of freedom. Absolutely. Now, I will say you can interchange pretty easily the B&M sit-down with the floorless. And I do like the floorless coasters a little bit better. That's me personally. From a ride perspective, not a building perspective in this game. You did not play any others, then that is a testament that you have talent. That is a really good sign. So I'll tell you, my first coaster building game was RCT2 back in the early 2000s, and I built a lot of really good coasters in that game. And the first coaster that I built in PC2, it's not available in a park, it's not available on the workshop. The only evidence I have is my very first PC2 stream. And a lot of people said I did a really good job with it, but I didn't understand the mechanics of how building the coasters in this game went. But I had the experience from previous games. The fact that you do not, and you were able to pull something off like this early on, you have talent. Keep up the good work. This is really good. Sure, there are things that I think you should improve. There are things that I would definitely do differently with the experience that I have now. But you're off to a really good start. Very impressive. I like this a lot. And look at those stats. You get green on the excitement. I'm going to be honest, I was not expecting that. And the reason that I say that is because it did feel pretty mild. And that's totally understandable. Take a look at your fear score. It's in the orange because it's below 4. So it's not an aggressive coaster. There's not a lot of like fear or intensity factor going into the ride. So the fact that what you did got you a green in the excitement, man, like, great freaking job. That's awesome. Your nausea score's awesome. We'll take a look at the G-forces too. Tortic and Tails, have a great night. Thanks so much for hanging out, and never forget, G3 sucks! We'll see you later, man. 3.8. Yeah. You could get into the 4s, and it would actually boost both of these. But 3.8 is... That number just clicks in my mind. I think that's a really good ballpark for a lot of these types of coasters. I actually want to say, in test runs, Kumba, with all its wild monstrosity stuff, as much as I love it, RIP in 2.5 weeks. I think Kumba's max G-forces were like 3.8, maybe 4.0 at the top. If it was running fast, it would probably be a little bit above that. If it was running slow, like in a test run, that's like right on par. Your laterals are minimal. You could get away with more, but the fact that you've got those laterals so well under control... Look at your speed, it's not that fast. 58 miles an hour? A lot of those sit-downs don't go much above 60. And yeah, you do get a little bit of airtime here. Doesn't quite reach -1, so that's really good floater right there. Kumba's Cobra roll looks insane as hell. It is. Yeah, that Cobra roll is actually very forceful from what I remember. It does pack a punch. So this is so good. What a fantastic start. I'm bewildered, honestly, a little bit. How you were able to pull something off this well, this early on, with no previous coaster building experience. Man, job well done. Alright, moving on. Alright, I kind of want to bounce around between creators, so I'm not going to do both the Crazanities back-to-back. I'm not going to do both the Jimpers back-to-back. Wouldn't surprise me if the Kumba's Cobra roll is the most forceful part of the ride. I mean, it's been 14 years now since I've been on it. I want to say it is, but not by a lot. I'll tell you, after the double corkscrews, and then you kind of go up and curve over underground below the station, that helix is actually pretty intense. That pulls a lot of G's, believe it or not. Now, it's going slower because it's after the mid-course. The 0G roll is fantastic, the dive loop is fantastic, but yeah, I would say it's between the Cobra roll and that last helix, for me. So, alright, let's take a look at Jimper's Woody remake. So this is a remake of the Family Woody in the tropical park that I have next to the Wild Mamba. I think I called that one like Mini Mamba. Supposed to be a more family-friendly coaster with a very similar theme. Of course, they're right across from each other. And this is a remake of that, so let's go ahead and check this out here. We'll go ahead, go front bumper. Get that started here. Hey, Express Thrills, how are ya? Sent the correct B&M looper code above. It's called Freestyle. I will... Okay, I'll go back and add that here in a minute. Keep saying I'll adjust the height, and this is the second one I've forgotten, although it's very mild. It's not dipping way underground, just the track a little bit below the surface. The car remains above, so... Man, it's already over. I mean, I know it's short. It's a family Woody. But man. So, couple things about that. Number one, the pacing is fantastic throughout. On the flip side, number two, it leaves me wanting more. This is so good. It just leaves me wanting more. Very nice. I like it a lot. Great stats. For a family Woody, these are fantastic stats. Just shy of 6. That's really good for a small scale family woody like this. This reminds me not of the layout, but just of how much enjoyment there is with this. It reminds me of Woodstock Express. Whoever thought a kiddie wooden coaster would be more enjoyable than the park's main wooden coaster? Perler sucks. I couldn't resist. I'm sorry. Yeah, really good though. And if we take a look at the forces here, yeah, for a family coaster, this actually does pack a punch. Airtime, 3.6 on the verticals. Lats are good. Get a lot of pops of airtime, albeit they're short, but you get a lot of it, so cumulative, it does add up, which is very nice. Alright. I think we could definitely replace the existing Woody with this one over in Splash Harbor, my tropical park. Alright, before I forget, let me get the code for Strawberry Jams Looper. Oh, that's it. Perfect. And let me add it in. I have to find a place to add it. Fit it without it really overlapping. I try not to overlap coasters unless they're purpose-built to do so. That there's good. Alright, I'm not going to forget this time. Let me make sure ground clearances are good. Yeah, that's fine. I'll go ahead and add the station entrance and exit here. And we'll actually go ahead and ride this one now. Let's actually change the view to the front bumper. Alright, let me get caught back up on chat here. Jimpra's wood color is too orange. I've perfected it due to my addiction to making woodies in PC2. Express Thrills. Yeah, so good to have him here. Came here from Point Coasters, maybe. Felt like I was surfing USA. Quite literally just watched your King's Dominion video. It's awesome. If Kara wins a GCI, it desperately needs it. Yeah, it really does. It needs a good quality wooden coaster. And Hurler, I agree. Getting the RMC treatment, Twisted Timbers, would be a massive improvement. Like that coasters. Dino Dukes, have a great night. Thanks so much for hanging out. I want to make sure before you go, did I miss an upload from you? I know you said you were working on one, but I just want to double check. Oh, man. No, I'm nowhere finished with it yet. By far my most detailed creation yet. Okay, good. I just wanted to double check. But yeah, keep at it. We'll definitely check it out. But thank you so much for hanging out. It's great to see you, man. Have a fantastic rest of the night, okay? Okay, so this, I actually want to rewrite it, because I wasn't paying, spoiler, triple green. That's awesome. I I do want to re-see it, as I was trying to catch up on chat and watch this at the same time. And I'll actually ride this from the front row this time. Nice pop of airtime. Great loop. Immelman. Great 0G. Another kind of Immelman that's like a reverse Sidewinder, I think, more so. Corkscrew. Another kind of corkscrew, but that one's really drawn out. Nice dive loop. Pop of air, another pop of air, and into the brakes. Alright. When I think of a B&M sit down, this is what I kind of envision a little bit. You've got a lot of inversions, you've got some good pops of airtime, which you often don't see on these types of coasters, but I think is a really great inclusion into the ride. I want to see, are these custom? No, that one is not. This is, alright. So is that. That is. And that is. Wow. Okay. So, I want to talk about a couple things with this coaster. The first thing that I noticed, it is glass smooth. Super well done. So certainly kudos to you for that. Is the 0G roll custom? I didn't check that. Yes, it is. Alright. So yeah, I think the only non-custom inversion was the vertical loop, which is fine. They do take a lot of practice, and some people will argue with me on this. I personally think that the vertical loops, if you use the in-game inversion piece, they're fine. I mean, yeah, you can do better with custom, but I find the in-game vertical loops fine. There are some that definitely are not fantastic. I don't think the incline loop is all that great, as much as I love them. I'm not fond of the in-game dive loops, but that just, for me, it kind of sucks because I am terrible at doing custom dive loops. I've tried it a number of times, have never had one that I've been even remotely satisfied with. So yeah, with the exception of the vertical loop, all of the inversions look custom, and they're all super well done. 0G rolls are among the easiest, but yours is really good. This reverse Sidewinder is nice. The corkscrew is really good. I like this drawn out corkscrew that actually passes over the station. And this dive loop. Now, this is a little bit of a different entry of a B&M dive loop than normal. Normally you go in at an angle, cut back up and over. This one you actually basically enter and exit. It's not quite 180 degrees, but it's very close. And this is super well profiled. I really like these two little hills here. You get those pops of airtime. I will say one thing that I noticed, and this is not a compliment or a criticism. Actually, I will say it is a compliment. I think it's unique, which is good. It's a really interesting drop off the lift hill. I mean, you've got the pre-drop, very typical of B&Ms. That gets, I want to say that's probably close to I mean, it's not 90, but it's close to it. 80 to 85 degrees. And I really like that. Very contrary to most B&M loopers. And when I say B&M loopers, I'm not talking specifically about the sit-down loopers, but count your floorless. You could even go out on a limb and say inverts too, because they all have generally a specific type of first drop, usually some sort of a swooping turn dive into the beginning of the actual ride off the lift. And I really do like this. This is unique, and I do like uniqueness on coasters. And I actually do like the fact that you don't go immediately into an inversion, but you go up this hill with a little bit of a pop of air. And this is your more typical kind of swooping turn down into your first element. So I really do like the unusual drop and that first hill. I think that adds something beyond the typical B&M looper experience that you would get. You don't like the Immelman? I thought it was okay. I mean, it rolls out nicely. You don't like that it's not like 180 degrees parallel or something, because I think it's good. I didn't see anything wrong with it. And I like the color scheme. You've got the real dark blue with the white track. The dark blue trains. I think it looks really neat. So this is a very visually pleasing coaster. I think it's got a really cool layout. It's a combination of twister and out and back, which is cool. Don't the Batmans have pre-drops? Oh yeah, they do. There's only 2 B&M inverts without a pre-drop. Monster at Gröna Lund in Sweden. I did not know of that one. Banshee at Kings Island. I know that one doesn't. The Bat clones are all old. Time Machine doesn't have a pre-drop. Oh. Super cool. Triple green. That was a spoiler. Let's check your... Yeah, that's a little bit high right there. I'm actually curious to see where it's at. Let's go previous run. Pause it. Oh! Aha! Right here. Okay. So, and this is often tough to correct, especially when you're doing the pre-made vertical loop. To avoid something like this, the entry I have found, the entry into the loop, so the track piece before needs to be at about 18 degrees upward, give or take a little bit. So what I would do, because coming down through this is not bad, and then it spikes very suddenly to come up into the loop, what I would do is flatten this out, just broaden it a little bit, basically, where your track would level out a little bit higher above the ground, then come up into that loop. That would moderate that right there. But a single spike of 6.4 is a little bit high. I think that's what that said. But such a brief spike like that, I don't think is majorly consequential. So, let's say it's okay. It does peak a little bit here, and knowing that these are all custom, I would do the same thing, broaden that out just a little bit. You're probably, with this right here, you're probably a little bit over 5. Nicely profiled roll. It does get a bit intense. Right here out of the reverse sidewinder, you could probably make that a little bit larger, and I really don't think it would hurt the pacing of the ride. But I think you did the element really well. Same thing right there. You can kind of see it dips, picks back up. You temper that back just by broadening that. So that's one thing that I would recommend you work on a little bit, is just kind of broadening out those hill bottoms, valleys, I guess would be the right term for it, in your track. This is not a problem at all. I'm sorry, not the 0G roll. The 0G roll did look really good. Dive loop is fantastic. I really like that you get these pops of airtime right here. That one's more mild. This one is a little more pronounced. And that's fantastic. Sorry to be needy. Could you check out my sit down next? I have to go to bed in about 10 minutes. Yeah, we can do yours next. That's fine. Going fishing tomorrow. All right. Hope you catch some good stuff. All right. Yeah. Strawberry jam, really well done. I like this a lot. We've got 3 Rockstar coasters so far. 1, 2, 3. Let's go to the 4th. We'll check out jumpers here real quick. Let me go ahead, jump on front bumper and start. And I'm actually going to leave the live data up for this one. The moment after the reverse sidewinder was passing, I'm guessing you're saying pissing me off, because the OG version had very extreme Gs afterwards, and I had to waste some time trying to... Oh, it's paused. What the heck? There we go. Trying to fix it and having a hard time. Yeah, but what you did was good. This might be one of my best. I'm here to ruin that. Nah, Dale, I think yours will be fine. Give yourself a little more credit, man. So this is very typical of a start to a B&M looper, floorless, etc. Really nice vertical loop there. Very good 0G roll. I don't like Cobra rolls, but that one is really well done. And you get a reverse sidewinder up into the brakes. Fantastic dive loop as always. Really nice corkscrew. And a 180 turn, give or take, into the brakes. Yeah, really nice. Man. Alright. A reverse sidewinder? It's just a sidewinder. Okay, hold on a second. Do I have it? I very well could. Do I have it backwards? To where, like, the first half of a Cobra roll is a sidewinder? Because I thought the sidewinder was the half corkscrew and then the loop. I very well could have it backwards. So. It was supposed to be like one of those Immelmans on the dive coasters. Yeah, I do see that. I see the resemblance. The sidewinder is the first half. Oh, so the reverse sidewinder is the second half. Okay, I had it backwards. My mistake. Alright. Thank you for the correction. Noted. I just had it backwards. So yeah. Yeah, that first drop is so nicely profiled. Oh, sorry, hiccup. Really good vertical loop. The 0G roll actually looks steep, but like when you're on the coaster, it didn't seem so much, but when you look at it from this angle, it looks very steep, but I like it. And the Cobra roll is really good. I'm not personally a big fan of Cobra rolls. I prefer bat wings or sea serpents, but you know what? I didn't make the coaster. I'm not going to criticize you for adding a Cobra roll. Alright, Bonsai, have a great evening. Fantastic job with that coaster. Thank you so much for hanging out, okay? And the other thing, before you get into the brake run, I like the inclusion of this overbanked turn here. And then you've got the Sidewinder. Not the reverse Sidewinder, the Sidewinder. Really fantastic dive loop. Jimpers, that's one of my favorite things when you do these types of coasters. I absolutely love your dive loops. They feel so accurate to B&M's dive loops. It was supposed to be an Immelman. Well, it kind of is, but I don't know. Immelmans to me, you basically roll out almost 180 degrees from the direction you entered. And this you don't, so it definitely, I would call that more of a Sidewinder. But yes, I do get that. The Immelmans into the mid-course. Either way, the element works very nicely. And yeah, fantastic dive loop. And you've got the turnaround, really nice corkscrew, and slightly more than 180. It's probably like 200 or 210 degrees. Back into the final brakes. So really nicely done. Take a look at the stats. Criminally underrated. I really wish Frontier would tweak the EFN scores to not penalize coasters that don't have airtime. These are not... Now, I will say this one, and especially this one that had those punches of airtime, boosted the scores. To your credit, 100%. Because I can never argue against the inclusion of airtime. But for the coasters that don't, I think this game really unfairly penalizes the lack of airtime. Because this type of coaster focuses on positive Gs and inversions, and I find them just about as fun. This should really be about 6.5. At least, if not more. That should be higher. Yet the nausea is 1, almost. Actually do... how minus 0.06, how is that not airtime? Or, if it's at the top of the vertical loop, hang time. Come on. I mean, seriously, I really don't like the way that that is taken into account. Or isn't taken into account in this case. Really great coaster. Your forces are very well tempered, as they generally are. Real pleasure to check this out. Definitely one of my favorite coasters that I've built. Yeah, I would put this up there for sure. Someone call the Popo. Oh, man. Okay, let's go check out one of Crazanity's. We've not looked at either of his, actually. Crazanity, do you have a preference what we start with? Firehawk seems to be in the ground, so could you raise that up? Okay, this one. Oh, it actually... Oh, right there. Yeah, just a tiny bit. Yeah, we'll bump that up. Let's go with that there. 1.5 meters. Imperator, please. Would you ride that 17 times in real life? That's the real question. No. I would not. And the reason is... inversion-based coasters with a lot of positive Gs actually throw me off more than fast coasters with broader turns and airtime. However, I would ride it twice, I would take a break, I would go back and ride it twice more. So, yeah, I would have an absolute blast on something like this. I love B&M loopers. I'm not shy to make that known, and that was a fantastic one. Jippers, have a great night. Have fun fishing tomorrow. Be safe. Hope you catch some good stuff. And great job on those coasters, man. Oh crap, Imperator is in the ground too. I'll double check. Oh, right there. Just a little bit, yeah. That's fine. We'll look at that one first. Let's go ahead and do front bumper. So this is one of the new B&M narrow dives that was included in the most recent DLC, which I actually like. Alright, that lift hill is pretty slow, so we are going to skip that. Yeah, if there's a hold at the top, I would recommend turning that speed up. That's just a personal preference, though. If there is not a hold, I can understand because it would affect the pacing. But, yeah, it looks like there is. I would bump that lift speed up. And here we go. Oh yeah, that's like that Immelman sidewinder into the mid-course that Jippers was talking about before. I love this view right here. That's awesome. Nice little pleasing aesthetic view. Not the dreaded trim break. Hey, you remember what I shouted on Fury when the trims were hitting hard? Just reminded me of that. I'm just making a little bit of a jab because of the trim. I'm sure it was needed. And here we go back into the station. Yeah, so when I ride Fury and the trims are hitting hard, I get mad and I shout, "Turn off the damn trims!" I may not have said that the time you and I rode it together, but I know I said it that day. The coaster was not running that fast, but the trim was hitting hard, and it was annoying. And I have encountered that a number of times on that coaster, And I tend to say the same thing, or I cheer if the trims don't hit hard or at all. Which generally would be when the coaster's running slow in the morning, or you have a pretty light load on the train, which is not common. So, this is super cool. I really like this. So you've got a an Immelman right off the first drop. This is a really broad, really well profiled drop. It looks like it is a little bit beyond vertical. I don't know exactly how much. I'd have to go in and take apart the track, and I'm not going to do that. But if I had to eyeball it, that's probably about 95 degrees, I would say. Nice element. This is interesting right here. It's kind of a 0G roll into a half corkscrew, which is neat, just kind of lining up for the turn. This is one thing that I did notice I was curious about. You actually kind of stay banked relatively long through this, even as the track straightens out. And I do see a very gentle curve through here, but it felt banked a little bit more than it needed to be, but that is just me. And then you've got the Immelman or Sidewinder into the mid-course. I absolutely love this view. That is so cool. And then a really nice airtime hill right here. And the corkscrew and the turn back up into the final brakes. I do feel like these final brakes are a little bit long, but they're actually really gradually paced to slow the train down, so you don't just hit the brakes and then crawl through all of that. So, the 0G roll and the Immelman Sidewinder thing was inspired by Yukon Striker at Canada's Wonderland. That makes sense, and I probably am going to guess that that would also be what inspired this up here on Jimper's Coaster. That would be my guess. I could be wrong, don't know for sure. Okay, let's check out another one of Strawberry Jam's coasters here real quick. Then we'll do Dale's, and then we'll do Firehawk, and then we'll do the last one. Strawberry Jam, I think I'm going to save Shockwave for next time. It is getting pretty late. So let's take a look at this here. Oh, we did not look at the stats here. I'll just double check. Criminal. Criminal right here. They really need to do something about that. All of these forces are really good. Look at that. 1 moment of airtime, but it's got a really nice duration to it. Yeah, I really like that. 88 miles an hour. It didn't really feel that fast, but it makes sense when the coaster is 300 feet tall. It's just so nicely profiled that you don't even really notice it. Alright, supposed to be like a portable coaster. Okay, we'll check it out. Let's go front bumper. Call the ambulance. That packs a punch there. Hold on, do we have a Cobra roll on a kiddie coaster? And It's coming in here. There we go. Yeah, nice and fun. This is the ENF Miler kiddie coaster, yet it has 3 inversions. The vertical loop. So, for realism purposes, one thing that I noticed, this is closely spaced. I actually want to see the train pass by it. It's probably okay, but if somebody reached out, they probably could smack their hand on that. Yeah, that's a bit close. I mean, it works. Nice cobra roll here. Little pop of air. Another little pop of air up there and into the brakes. Really nice, compact. Fun, for sure. And the Wildcat 2.0. I like the name. And the color scheme. 4.72 for a kiddie coaster. First try to custom loop. It came out very nicely. Yeah, I would say you need to space it just a little bit more. From the entrance to the exit of the loop, but no. For your first attempt at a custom loop, that's really good. Very nice. So yeah, nice and fun. Not much of a kiddie coaster with forces like these, but hey. I mean, they're realistic, so not for a kiddie coaster, but for the track type and the car type, I think what you came up with is adequate for the model. And the ride itself is very fun. So very nicely done. Not much to it because it's small, so pretty easy to look over. I don't have a lot of feedback on it. But what you did is really good. I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with it. So, very nice. Alright, next up we're going to check out Dale's coaster. What is this? Are these... Hang on. Are these separate trains? Oh yeah, there's a little bit of an overlap right there. How long are these? I gotta check this out. 10 cars apiece? Oh, so the train actually overlaps a little bit. Alright, let's go. We're gonna do seat 2. I don't do front bumper on the inverts. Start. It's not supposed to be an ENF Miler, just the track matches well with a portable coaster. Then that makes total sense. Yeah. Yeah, what you did is totally good. I think it's neat. Reminds me of a portable Schwarzkopf. Whoa, that's a fast lift. Whoa! Ow, there's a tree in the way. Oh my, what a view. Oh shoot. I forgot to raise that up a bit. Some trims. And some more back into the brakes. Into the exit station. I think I'm already dead. Alright. That has to be the fastest lift on an invert that I've seen. Alright. So, let's talk about the bad first. Needs a little bit of smoothing right here. In fact, actually, well, I want to be careful because I don't want it to screw this up. But But yeah, this coming out of the roll up into here felt really choppy and abrupt. So that's gonna need a little bit of smoothing. But other than that, yeah, banana roll does really nice. Those of you that don't know, in case anybody's watching that isn't familiar with a banana roll, it is like a cobra roll, except you don't come back more or less parallel to the ground. Yeah, as you can see, it passes through. Wait a second! I gotta pause that and look at that. Is that... That's like a dinosaur skeleton tail on the back of the train. I did not notice that before. That's so freaking funny. Gonna pop an airtime there. That's a little abrupt. But a really nice large corkscrew. Then you get a little bit of a break on a slowdown here. What is this? Incline dive loop. I love it. Very unique element. Really nice 0G roll. And then you come into the brakes and it slows it down. You can't really add much braking with the much bank with the braking. Started to say that backwards. But adding those there does kind of help mitigate that a bit. Coming back before this kind of abrupt transition here, this is very uncharacteristic of most inverts. That's a really steep incline for the lift hill. And it goes really fast, but it's unique, and I like that, and it actually makes it so you're not just crawling waiting for the actual, like, ride to start. And then you come into this here, and I absolutely love this concept of, it's almost like a death roll that you would find on an RMC, a downward barrel roll. And I think that is so cool to include into this. Something that you wouldn't really expect. It is so neat. I really like this coaster. Very nicely done. Take a look at your stats. Triple green. Nausea is a little bit high, but it's still in the green. I think that switches over at 3. Colors are low-key majestic. I actually really do like that. Yeah, they're subtle. I think they would actually blend in relatively well with the nature. Surrounding the coaster, I think you would actually want to maybe darken this for an even deeper blend, but if you want it to stand out just a little, this is perfect. They look very natural. Coming into your stats, your lats are a little high, not terrible. I'd temper that down a bit. Those verticals, that would be a little bit bone crushing. A little bit. Uh-oh, here comes the snow. Da-da-da-da-da. Mock Beatles reference. Couldn't resist. But this is really neat. Cookie would call the SpongeBob coaster nice and unique. Oh. I'm sorry, you won't hear me say a Batman clone is unique, but I think they do, they are cool rides, so. Mint, green, and tan is great. Check it out at night. Let's do it. Night with the snow. Oh, that's so cool. Kind of like glow-in-the-dark trains. Man, nighttime with the snow in this biome just looks cool. Just take a look at the trains fly through this here. This lift hill is how Dolly would describe the lightning rod lift. Well, back when it actually had a launch. I don't know. I think that was still kind of a dumb switch, to be honest. But that's a debate for a different time. Really neat coaster right here. It's got some really cool elements. It looks great. One thing that I've noticed, and you tend to do this on a number of coasters, is the station is so high up, so I'm guessing you would probably build the terrain up for a raised platform. But I don't know that for a fact. I'm gonna go watch Hurler's Redemption, then go. Okay. I think we only have 2 more. Yeah, these are the last 2. So we just did this. I'm gonna do Crazanity's other, and we'll finish out with Hurler's Redemption. If you're good with that. It is getting late. It's about time for me to jump off, so I do want to move through this pretty quickly here. Front bumper. Love another B&M invert. Or invert, sorry, looper. Sit down looper. I do love B&M inverts though. The launch lift hill wasn't the most reliable, so it makes sense they switched to the chain lift. Yeah, but it kind of defeated the purpose of the... Well, not entirely, but it kind of defeated the purpose of that. Having that launch lift hill was supposed to be unique, and supposedly they said it is a little bit, less forceful after switching to the lift, because you just don't get that speed going up. This is a B&M Hyper? Oh, I'm sorry. For whatever reason, I was thinking it was another looper. Probably because that's all of the B&Ms that we've looked at today are inversion based, so... Now I'm a little embarrassed. This is a super good Hyper though. Actually like the twister layout found throughout a lot of the ride. And yeah, we're getting into the real twister section here. Cookie Coaster Challenge is necessary. Man, with the level of content that you all have created and showcased last night and tonight, yeah, I would definitely attest to this being, like, contest worthy. Super fun. I love B&M sit-down loopers. I do. I also love B&M Hypers, and this is a fantastic one. You get a little bit more of an out and back layout to begin, but then you get a couple twister elements up here, and then after the mid-course you go straight into the twister section, which is awesome. So this is really nice, a hybrid of a twister and out and back layout. Interesting that you went with the pre-drop. Pretty typical of some of the older B&M Hypers like Raging Bull. Yeah, oh there you go, heavily inspired by Raging Bull. Yep, and Apollo's Chariot, which is not a twister but has the pre-drop. Actually is a very long pre-drop. Super fun, great layout, great variety of elements. And I definitely do see the inspiration from Raging Bull. Let's go Raging Bull Inspo, yeah. Good stats, that's underrated in my opinion. These are on point. And your forces, yeah, 4.6, 1.8 on the laterals is about as high as I would go. I wouldn't go any higher than that, so I think you kind of capped it right where it needs to be. And you're expected to pull more laterals in a twister layout than in a pure out and back. So, that's all good right there. And let's take a look at the airtime. 6 and 6.7 seconds. 6.7 seconds of airtime. Talk about being a radio broadcaster or an announcer. Oh, sorry. That actually screwed up my voice a little bit. Raging Bull is the shiz. Someone call the fuzz. The 6.7 airtime seconds was completely on accident. I bet. I mean, do you know how difficult it would be to get that airtime exact on that number? Really cool ride. Lengthy. This is in meters. You're looking at about 6,600 plus feet of track. So very nice length to the Hyper. All right, last but certainly not least, let me double check. Yeah, we did those. We did that. We did that. We did that. We just did that. And we did this. So we are going to go and take a look at the last coaster of the night, Hurler's Redemption. Hurler is not beyond redemption, but what a terrible ride. And I could just imagine if they would do an RMC that would be anything like this, I would be happy. I mean, you could do like a Woodstock Express RMC and tear down Hurler, and I'd be happy. Alright, front bumper, and kick the ride off. Here we go. I was trying to say a face cam stream would be fun, and it auto-corrected to face man. I could do that sometime. I do have a couple videos where I did like the face cam and stuff, but I don't generally tend to do that. And part of it because it covers up part of the screen where you're trying to look at the game, so I don't want anything important being cut off and stuff like that. So, but I definitely could try it. Oh, take a look at this death roll to start out Hurler's Redemption. I love it. Oof. Very abrupt pop of airtime before that turn. Airtime galore. Look at the pacing on this. Nice, a dive loop. Love it. Smooth that turn a little bit. Yeah, short. I mean, Hurler itself is not a majorly long ride. This is a little too fast, sir. I think I'm dead. I don't think I'm dead. It is fast. It actually carries through the first half a little bit too fast, but I think the pacing in the second half is really good. Really love the inclusion of the death roll up here. And you actually get this outer banked turn going into it, which is really neat. And the outer bank turn to start the pre-lift actually is really neat too. Also, look at the end. I did notice that. That was a little bit of a head chopper. I think you could probably fix that just turning off a section of supports. I love having that dive loop. That's so cool. Rather than like the full paperclip run. Actually going into the dive loop and then a kind of a teardrop turnaround right there is neat. Yeah, this is fine. I do feel like it does go a bit too fast through some of this right here. And actually looking at it from this perspective, this isn't that bad. I think it needs to be slowed down just a touch. Kind of like right before here. And that turn, I think, needs a little bit of smoothing. I would actually widen that out. Bring this back almost to here, and then turn it around in this way. Because what you have is a little bit of a diamond-shaped teardrop. Not a head chopper, more like a head disintegrator. Oh, that's a little bit brutal. So, but yeah, no, this is... Part of me was thinking this is an absolute Hurler's redemption, like this is what Hurler could never dream to be. But part of it was like, no, this isn't Hurler's redemption. This is Hurler's revenge. This is Hurler coming back from the grave and kicking you in the butt so swiftly that you don't even know what hit you. Look at those stats. You got the triple green. Very nice. Your laterals are actually not as high as I would have expected, but I think they max out over here. Actually confirm that or disprove it with the heat map. Yeah, right there. They're a little high there, but not as much. Temper that just a tiny bit. Yeah, definitely the peak is right here through that turn. I would draw this out a little bit. Give it a little more gradual turn. That would actually also give you a little bit more track to potentially include another pop of airtime, or maybe an additional outer banked turn or something like that. It's a redo of Hurler's Revenge. Yeah, I get that. Same name would be weird in my opinion. I don't fully agree with that. If you're taking an existing ride and tweaking it further or doing a little bit of a revamp, I don't think so. Now, if you were building something completely different, yeah. But I think what you did now, I'd have to go back and look at Hurler's Revenge, but I think what you did here isn't too radically different, where you could go with the same. I'm not criticizing the name at all. That was more of a joke of, like I said, Hurler coming back from the grave to kick you in the butt so hard you didn't know what hit you. But yeah, super nice. Look at all of the airtime there. You've got 5.5 seconds. You've got a ton of very brief pops of it. And, your negatives actually hit almost -2.5. That's pretty high. And yeah, you can see you've got a lot of spikes with some pretty high positive Gs. So that is an indication that this coaster is going a bit too fast through the first half. This back here, I think it's because it's adequately banked, but it is a tight turn nonetheless. I would take that with the high verticals and the high laterals right here. I would take that as saying you need to either slow it down or draw this turn back out. Look at those negatives right here. You see all that bright blue, really good pops of ejector. These hills are super well profiled. That probably needs to be maybe broadened out in the valley a little bit. Super good. Airtime galore. That's what you could ask for. That's something that the real world Hurler couldn't dream of having. Super nicely done. Alright. I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 super great coasters that we looked at tonight. All of them were fantastic. put me to shame. Also, is orange rail better in your opinion, or blue rail? Ooh. I am slightly preferential to the color blue because that is my personal favorite, but that is a matter of personal taste. You can't really go wrong with either one or any other color really for the rails, for that matter. So it's all personal preference. So yeah, what a fantastic collection of coasters we have sitting back here. Very nice. Well, Cookie, I'm gonna head out for the night, and always remember T3 sucks. Yes, indeed. I am heading off as well. Been going almost 4.5 hours. Where does the time go? Like, there's just been... I mean, this took a while because we had 9 coasters to look at tonight as opposed to... I don't remember how many we looked at yesterday. It wasn't this many. But then jumping between parks and doing some other stuff. But yeah, super fun. I'm thrilled with tonight. I was thrilled with last night. I think tonight was even better. Everybody that may still be here that subbed, thank you so much for that. Thumbs up the video, it does help me out. But don't feel obligated. I'm not going to beg for subscribers. I'm not going to beg for thumbs up, for likes and stuff like that. Do as you feel content doing. But I really do hope you enjoyed this. It's been a blast. Fantastic coasters we looked at. I've had a great time hanging out with everybody in chat. I've needed it. This week at work was very rough. I'm thankful that I got today off to be able to spend some time getting some stuff done and free up some time to be able to do PC2 tonight and last night. So, Point Coasters and Express Thrills were here too, pretty popular YouTubers. Big thank you to both of them for stopping by, sharing the love. Yeah, it was fantastic. I'm thrilled with the turnout that we had the last couple nights. This is one of my best turnouts for PC2 in a very long time, and I'm very grateful for that. It's very much appreciated to everybody that was here, everybody that subbed, everybody that liked the video, everybody that told people, hey, go watch Cookie Pirate. Very unexpected, and I am very grateful for that. So, I don't know about tomorrow. I'm possibly gonna try to go flying. The weather was pretty junky today. Well, this afternoon and evening, as I mentioned. It was good in the morning. But if we get a break from all of these stupid freaking thunderstorms, it's South Carolina here in the summer, but if we get a break and get good flying weather, I'm going to try to do that tomorrow. But we'll see. If not, I do want to try to do some flight sim. And I'll have to say I'm highly motivated to keep doing some PC2. Maybe we can come up with some additional stuff. But stay tuned. I'm playing it by ear. I don't have a really fixed schedule of doing streams and stuff like that. But yeah, we'll see. There's a good chance I'll be on tomorrow. And lastly, I forgot to mention this, I do have a Discord server. The link is in the description. If you're interested, no obligation, but just if you'd like to jump in, say hi. Let's chat about coasters, or if you're here and you like airplanes as well, we can talk about that too. Or you can just chill and BS with us. So, without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. Again, I'm blessed and very thankful to all of you that have supported me tonight and last night and way back up to this point. So, thank you all so much. And, as always, until next time, take care, stay safe,